Layla Ward,
Present.
Ginger Holdren,
Here.
Randall Jenkins,
Here.
Gary Bailey,
Here.
Travis Hill,
Present.
Sonja Kohler,
Present.
Daniel McIntyre,
Here.
Aaron Frazier,
Here.
Robin McCamey,
Here.
Kelly Collins,
Here.
Thomas Prophet,
Here. Do have a quorum. As we move on to approval of the agenda, I'd like to restructure the agenda a little bit. Commissioner McCamey has requested to speak before public comment, so I'm going to make her 6, and we'll just shift everything down 1, so public comment will become 7, and then the discussion and consideration will be 8, and adjournment will be 9. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to accept.
Motion to accept Mark Blevins, first district.
Second, Isaiah Groundstaff.
Motion by Mr. Blevins, second by Mr. Grindstaff. Any discussion?
Is is McCamey the only one that's going to be allowed to speak?
She's requested, I think she has some guests for the commissioners to ask questions to. And then I guess once we get into the discussion, any other commissioner, unless you'd like to speak, Ms. Collins.
I can wait. I just want to make sure the
Okay.
commissioners are allowed to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone else? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Billy Campbell,
Nah.
Mark
Here.
Blevins,
Get something on there.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Kohler,
Yes.
Daniel McIntyre,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
Motion passed. Next on the agenda is opening prayer by Commissioner Willie Campbell, and then we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. And Mr. Johnson, would you care to lead us in that, please?
Don't mind at all.
Thank you.
Heavenly gracious Father God, Lord, as we bow our heads tonight, Lord, thanking you, Lord, for this day that you've given us, God, another chance to put our feet to the floor, take another breath, Lord. Lord, we thank you, Lord, for your precious Son, Jesus Christ, who gave his life, Lord, that we could have life and have it more abundantly, Lord, and have our names written down in the Lamb's Book of Life. Lord, we do pray, Lord, for each and every one that's in this meeting tonight, Lord, and those who are out. Lord, we pray, God, that you just touch them, Lord, and we conduct ourselves in a godly manner. And Lord, we pray tonight, Lord, for those that are sick in the hospitals, nursing homes. Lord, we pray, God, that you watch over them and protect them. And Lord, we pray for the homes that death has moved into, Lord. We pray, Lord, that they'll call on you, the great comforter. And Lord, tonight we thank you for your love, mercy, and grace that you have upon each one of us, Lord. Lord, we can never praise you enough for what you've done for us. And Lord, we pray, Lord, when we fail and make mistakes, God, that you'll forgive us, Lord. Lord, we know your word that says that we all fall short of the glory of God. There's none perfect, no, not one. But Lord, we know this, that you're sitting on the right hand of power tonight, making intercession for each and every one of us, Lord. Knowing that you are the chief and the commander of each one of us. And Lord, tonight we pray as we go into this meeting that you have your will and your way. We ask these things in thy name. Amen.
Amen. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Play ball. Man.
Next item on the agenda, we'll recognize Miss Robin McCamey.
Okay, thank you, first of all, for allowing me to speak first tonight. I have a few guest speakers that I want to recognize also here in just a minute, but I just kind of real quickly, I'm fully aware that some of you aren't really aware of the history here, why I want to speak and why I got so upset back in November. But I've been on this mission to help the animals of Carter County for 4 years. This has been ongoing. So I'm very passionate about the animals. I have tried to be the voice of the animals and voice of reason. There's a lot of history there. So I just kind of wanted to make sure that everybody understands that's where this is coming from. I love animals. It's my passion to make Carter County a better place for the animals to live. 4 years ago, when I started on this mission, I went out and did the same research that Ginger's taken charge of this time. And I know how much work that is. And on my little journey, I met some amazing shelter directors. I mentored from them. I started my own rescue, in which I've poured hours and hours and hours of my life into. I've taken away from family funds, family time. So this is a true dedication. So just to kind of give you that to see where this is coming from, it's from the heart. And I met Tammy Davis along my way in my journey, and she is an amazing director that has a lot of heart and passion, goes above and beyond, who is successful in running a 501c3. And I think there's a lot of misperception out there of what this 501c3 is about to do to Carter County. We are not going to pull the funding. We are not going to expect the shelter to run just on funds from 501c3. This is a positive thing that has really upset me to hear all the negatives. So I wanted to upfront give you the truth before we have a lot of comments that maybe you don't have all the facts. And it's only fair to you to have the facts before you get up and speak before the commission. So I have asked Tammy Davis and Jenny Brock, who is her 501c3 president. I've also invited Ms. Stacy Hayden, one of the former directors of the shelter, who had an officer, a full-time animal control officer. She's also with us tonight. And I want us to ask them questions. And I also want them to I'm going to ask Jenny to start and just kind of give us a briefing on why this is such a vital thing to their shelter and how they made it successful. Jenny, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me? I'm not on video. I'm just on audio.
We can hear you. Thank you for being here.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, first of all, let me say good evening to I consider my colleagues, as I'm on the city commission in Johnson City. Now, I know many of you who are on the commission there. I also serve as the president of the Animal Control Board in Johnson City. If y'all recall, our old shelter about 6 years ago, we euthanized anywhere from 60 to 70+% of the animals who came in, and they were euthanized for space. We just didn't have the space for it. If you recall, former mayor and the late Ralph Van Brockland, he really led the charge to build the new shelter, of which we're very proud of. And so the city and the county struck an agreement in 1984 to equally fund animal control and the surrounding shelter to house and care for our animals. And so now I serve on that board and am the president. One of the ways that we are able to fund the shelter is through appropriations through the city and county. And then we have been a 501c3 for many, many years. And we also have a foundation that has been established to help with the fundraising. I don't know how we would do it without the 501c3, because even if we receive donations, for example, from an estate or something, which from time to time we do, we would be very limited as to what we could do with those funds in terms of investment. So the 501c3 and the foundation gives us the flexibility and the latitude to take those funds and to invest them and then to use them for the care of the animals. So what we have found is very positive. It helps the community who really wants to work with animals and care for the animals to get involved, and they actually help with the fundraising. We have a very large group of volunteers who run the foundation. They lead the charge. Now, that doesn't mean our staff doesn't get engaged as well, and you'll hear from Tammy Davis, who is our executive director, we just think the world of, who is very involved in fundraising. Let me just close by letting you know that we have anywhere between 4,000 and 5,000 animals that come through the shelter every year. And those are unwanted litters, people who are not being responsible in taking care of their pets. And, you know, as I say, it's really kind of shameful that it takes a lot of money to care for these animals. But the philosophy that we have at our shelter now is not euthanasia, it is adoption. And so we have a very aggressive program to get the animals in healthy conditions, spayed and neutered, so we can get them adopted out as soon as possible. We are focusing much of our attention now on the spay-neuter opportunity, and we will soon, in the next couple of months, be opening an in-house spay-neuter clinic just to be able to spay and neuter the animals that reside at the shelter. So I'm very proud of the work that we do. We couldn't do it, though, without the support of the community and for the vast number of volunteers that we have help us with that. And having the 501c3 is just the vehicle we need that kind of takes the pressure off the county. And we carry out the plans that the city and county agrees upon. And I think we do it in a very good way. So I will end there. And if you have any questions of me or you want to later call me, I'm more than happy to share our experiences with you.
Okay, thank you. So I know there's been a lot of questions out in the community that, you know, the shelter is going to have to fund their own benefits. How do you guys handle your benefits for your employees?
Well, I mean, we have a budget. We establish a budget every year that, funds the basic operations of the shelter, and that includes salaries and benefits. So we take the appropriations we get from the city and county. And by the way, that only makes up about a little bit less than 50% of the total budget for the shelter. And so we have to do fundraising to meet the needs of the remainder of that. And our community's been very generous. And I think you will find your community very generous as well when you get them engaged and have them, you know, really help with the fundraising part of that. So we have, and Tammy can answer this probably better than I think we have 6 full-time employees that includes salary and benefits. And so we just fund it through the total contributions of our appropriations and the fundraising that we do.
I think that you will find that the community really wants to help. And I believe that the community, you know, for the most part, are animal loving people. And if you give them that opportunity, they want to be proud of their shelter. They want animals to not be euthanized. So I think that you'll be pleasantly surprised to see how many people in the public are going to step up and want to help.
The floor here, but can you tell us, like, with your animal control officer, kind of give us just a real quick, like, rundown on how important that is for you to have there at your shelter?
We have 3 animal control officers that are on call. They have a rotation, so they're on call, available to the community 24/7, holidays, weekends, everything. I think it is very important because that is part of the public service that we need to provide to the community. Not only upholding local ordinances or laws, but there's state ordinances and state laws that have to be taken care of. Situations happen where you want to be able to have someone who is educated on the laws of animal welfare, animal care, and can act immediately, quickly to help resolve problems in the community. It could be something as simple as, a dispute between neighbors and animals are involved, or something as serious as a dog bite. There are rabies laws for the state of Tennessee. We need to be able to have someone on staff that can enforce those laws and are educated on knowing what the laws are and what your resources are to help people. So it's just very important to have them here. It makes it much easier. They can react more quickly. And like I said, they understand the ordinances and the laws. And so that helps going forward.
Tammy, what?
Handle county versus city.
For the most part, of course, the state laws are going to be the same in both. Now, we are fortunate last year we were able to add and implement some more strict, better animal welfare ordinances in the city of Johnson City. We've not made it that far in the county. Simple things from leash laws, chaining, just spay and neuter, all kinds of things, but it's just going to vary. It could vary from your city or from your county. But I think the most important thing for you guys to would benefit from in the beginning is to be able to enforce the state laws, which are very important.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And Stacy, are you there?
Hear me?
Yes.
Great.
You're low, but we can hear you. So Stacy had a full-time in Carter County previously. She was the director, and she had Freddie, who was a full-time animal control officer. So Stacy, how vital was it for you to have Freddie?
It was incredibly vital. We had phones ring off the hook daily. In the evenings, we'd come back, check the messages. There was always, at least 20 to 30 calls a day regarding animal issues, whether Tammy really covered it well when she was saying that it's really almost about a public service and upholding the laws that are on the books for our animals and not getting into the neighbor disputes that we're seeing ongoing currently, where neighbors are shooting their next door neighbors' pets for chasing chickens and things like that. We don't want the citizens to be taking control of the laws themselves. Not in those situations. It's dangerous. It creates really, a terrible precedent for how to handle animal control on your own, which is why it really, really is vital to have what I would think, at least for Carter to start, is one full-time animal control officer, and then have them do, just call outs in the evenings if something should happen by way of dog bite or hit by car or any other situation, and the rest of it can be handled throughout the week. But just the things that I've seen go on since Freddie had retired and what he was able to provide for the county for many, many years is just night and day difference. And I am with East Tennessee Spay Neuter now. We even get phone calls for animal welfare checks, things that we're not equipped to deal with. So I do tell them to call 911 and pass it on to the sheriff's department, but I'm not sure as those calls are really being answered in a timely manner as the way that they had hoped. And so we get the return phone calls saying, I did that, and we're not getting any response. So to have a dedicated animal control officer with training and all the good stuff that goes with it, it would be incredibly beneficial to bring that back to our community.
Set up for Freddie when you were in charge.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The funding for Freddie, what was the funding status? Did the county pay? Did the city pay?
He was on the city's payroll, but the county also covered some of his salary through reimbursements, I believe. but he was a city employee.
Chairman, Chairman Hill, Bob Acuff here, the first district. Before we lose Jenny and Tammy, I'd like to ask them a couple of questions, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jenny, thanks for coming on tonight, and Tammy as well. We appreciate your time. When you all started this joint venture between the city and county to become a 501c3, I assume you had a plan and the city and county worked together. How long did it take you all to move in this direction and come up with something that you each were satisfied with?
Well, Commissioner, that was a little bit before my time in public service in 1984 when the city and county did that. I was teaching at the university with you, I think.
Yes,
but the MOU still stands today. I think we're at a point where we probably want to update it a little bit. We've talked about that, but it's been a very amenable relationship, and particularly once we started looking at the new shelter and trying to improve the humane services for animals here. You know, we all worked very closely together. The city probably took the lead on that more than anything, but it's been a good relationship. Now, could we use more money appropriations-wise from both the city and county? Of course we could, and to reduce the amount of fundraising, but we make it work. You know, when we went to the larger shelter, of course, the operating costs went up, and we have space for more animals. So, but it's been a good relationship, and something I'm proud of now as I stepped into it many, many years later.
Okay. But it's something, yeah, I think it's safe to say it's something that just didn't occur overnight, that the city and county says, whoops, we're going to do a 501c3. I think there was probably some sitting down at the table and talking to one another and working the issues out so that you know where the reporting lines go, et cetera.
Exactly, Bob. I think the memorandum of understanding between the city and the county really occurred first. And so I think a lot of that was formalized because it's the way it had been working. And so that it just became a formal agreement. I can't tell you the date the 501c3 was established. I don't know if it was in 1984 or later. It could possibly have been later, but it was just, it was needed in order to be able to actually do the fundraising and the other things, and to give the flexibility that's needed in running an operation like this. You know, as Tammy says, you know, things really where animals are concerned happen in real time. And we, through the 501c3, all employees report into that entity. So none of our employees work for the city or the county. So the only thing at this particular point in time with the city and county is that the appropriations come in. Now, the city and county both come in and do other services for the shelter. The city takes care of a lot of maintenance, and the county takes care of a lot of outside maintenance, and, you know, cuts the grass and does a lot of things like that, does paving if we need it. But yeah, it's been a good working relationship, and we're proud of what we do here.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
And by the way, we would be more than happy to share, if you are going to go down this path, on how we set up the 501c3 and just share the bylaws of the 501c3. The board, which we call the Animal Control Board, is appointed by the city and county. So, of course, I was mayor up until December. I've served on it for 3 years, and Joe Grandy, the county mayor, serves on it for the county. And then we appoint the other members. We have 2 ex officio members, which represent the Humane Society, and then the foundation that we have that helps with fundraising.
Okay. Good, thank you. And Tammy, for you, you talked about your ACOs. How have you all given them the authority to go on private property or to carry out and enforce the laws of the state of Tennessee? Can you tell me a little bit about how that occurred?
Well, we work very closely with our police departments with the DAs, the judges and everything. So we have the state law book, so we are aware, and they are taught from the beginning what, how much, what they can do and what they cannot do. So we try to be very careful. We know if we would be considered trespassing. In that case, we would contact our local police department. They would assist us and go out on any calls as needed. But it comes down to a matter of training and being familiar with the state laws.
Okay. Was that done through a resolution where the city and county had to approve that? Or, we've talked with our chief of police in Elizabethton and our sheriff in Carter County. They're willing to work with someone that might report through the shelter, but it really doesn't give that individual the force of law behind them.
Of course, this was all set up long before I was here. So, Jenny, do you have any idea? I know there was an agreement brought forth between the city and the county to say that we would provide animal control services to the city and county throughout the country.
Yes.
They will, animal control sometimes is worked through the local police departments, and then in other areas, the actual animal shelter like us is in charge of animal control. I feel like, this is my personal opinion, that it works better if animal control is monitored and overseen directly through the animal shelter. I think they have something that they take care of. I'm sure it's a little frustrating if they're not familiar with the animal welfare and Tennessee state laws, for them to go out on a call and not be able to answer questions. Probably frustrating. I just feel like you have a better understanding if the animal control officers are actually out of the animal shelter and not through the sheriff's department. But that's my personal opinion.
Thank you. Chairman Hill, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Does any other commissioners or our colleagues from the city or Chairman Barnett have any questions for these nice ladies?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Von Cannon.
Or Jenny Brock. Jenny,
Yes, sir.
Do you actually, Charlie Von Cannon, do you actually pursue grants at all, or do you pursue grants for your shelter?
Yes, all of the above. We've had there are a multitude of grants out there through either advocacy groups or through even state and federal avenues. For example, Randy Boyd, who's president of UT, also he's a big advocate, and he gives grants to build dog parks. So there are a number of avenues that you can go for additional funding. We have a retired professor from ETSU who helps us with writing grants, and so it's there's money out there if you go after it, if you've got somebody who can focus time on doing that.
Do you you're a no-kill shelter?
Well,
I'm gonna let Tammy answer that. She'll explain the difference.
One second, Tammy. One second. You're breaking up. There's somebody that's got a live mic.
The reason I ask about a no-kill shelter, there are agencies, especially in the Northeast, that will take the animals and cross-adopt them to other states. Some of that is shady business, but a reputable agency is several that are reputable. But They will take your animals and adopt them in other states.
So what I was going to say was, if you look at our numbers and our statistics, we could classify ourselves as no kill. Because our euthanasia rate now is below 10%. So we are very proud of that. But we don't really label ourselves or kind of push that name out to the community, because I think a lot of people misunderstand what no-kill means. The definition of a no-kill shelter is that you have less than 10% euthanasia rate, but what it also means is you are only euthanizing animals that have medical issues that cannot be corrected, or for animals that have severe aggression that are unsafe to go out into the community. So it doesn't mean that there will never be anything that's not euthanized. It just means you're not euthanizing for space. And you are correct. There are very strict spay-neuter laws up north. There are many rescues and shelters up north that have a very limited supply of animals, which sounds unbelievable to us in the South, but it's true. You can send animals and build relationships with these rescues up north. The key is that you must do lots of research, and you must make sure that whatever rescue you are going to deal with is reputable. We built a relationship with about 3 or 4 rescues up north, but we spent hours, and we have all kinds of documentation. We do vet references. We follow up. They send us pictures. We know when our animals are adopted. So you have to be careful and not just, send animals somewhere where they may not be safe.
Thank you.
Chairman Hill, Mike Simmerly, City Council.
Yes, sir, Mr. Simmerly.
I have a question for the Johnson City team. There's been in several conversations we've had about animal shelter here in Elizabethton. One of the questions came up about if we had an animal control officer or a dog catcher or whatever it may be, but more importantly, an animal control officer, that we would be issuing or writing a number of tickets that would be clogging our courts up. Could you kind of expand a bit on the number of tickets possibly that your animal control officers issue in Johnson City, maybe on a monthly basis?
It will vary. Our goal is not to clog up the court system. Our goal is to educate the community on how to better take care of the animals in our community. And it's also to make sure that the animals in our community are treated humanely. The way that we deal, we have the ability to write citations. So we're not immediately going to go and throw someone into the courtroom. If there's an offense, we may go and we may start out and they may have a $25 citation. We may educate them on what they're doing wrong, give them a $25 citation. If that action is not corrected or something happens again, then we have the ability, to go up to a $50 citation or a $100 citation. At that point, we may, then move on to taking them and putting them in court. Unless it's something like a major animal abuse case, then we would bypass the citations, obviously, and go straight to court. But I don't think that any of our DAs or our judges in Johnson City would say that we're hindering or clogging up the court system. We try to do, like I said, the citations and education and doing what's best for the animals.
So the citations, again, do not go to court.
Correct. They do not. The people would come here to the shelter and pay their citation here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That money have to go, as far as your 501c3, does the money from the actual violations, does that go straight into your shelter fund because you are a 501c3?
Yes.
Chairman Hill, a question, please.
Yes, Ms. Culler.
If I may, Tammy, can you answer kind of your grant money versus your local funding per year?
Well, we just recently started the grant writing process. Like Jenny Brock said, we had found someone, because I'm not a grant writer. We found someone who was willing to help us. So we have not received a lot of grant money to this point. It's something we're working on going forward. I will say that a lot of our donations or money that does not come from the city and county comes from donors here in the community, and different programs that we've set up to help raise money. We have a sponsor a kennel program, have a Friends at the Shelter program, and we have a foundation that comes up with other ideas of just simple fundraising ideas that we can bring money into the shelter.
Chairman Hill, Mike Simmerly.
Yes, sir, Mr. Simley.
I'm sorry, just one quick follow-up question to that on the grant writing. We, with the city, we use the First Tennessee Development District to help us in grant writing. Is the First Tennessee Development District, I'm asking this out of ignorance, do they not help the county and Johnson City as well on grant writing, or do you know?
We've never, Mr. Commissioner Simmerly, have asked them to do that. The majority of our extra money that we have to raise for the shelter does come from fundraising and donors. But there are a lot of resources out there that have grant money that we need to go after. And like Tammy said, we just have found a retired person from ETSU is helping us do that. And we're looking for different things. As we begin this in-house spay-neuter clinic, we're looking for additional funds there to be able to help fund that. And that's a specific thing, and we can go find those resources to do that.
Thank you.
Chairman Hill?
Yes, sir, Mr. Alexander, Mayor Alexander.
Hey, how you doing? Mayor Brock, how are you tonight? Appreciate you coming on.
I am doing well. Thank you very much.
I just have, while I've got you on here, I didn't want to interrupt the meeting, but I didn't know how long you were going to be. You talked about the funding for the county and the city, you know, pretty much being 50-50, 50% county, 50% city. And I'm going to assume that that number came about because approximately 50% of county residents live in the city. Is that how you came to that 50-50 agreement, 50-50 split?
Yeah, let me go back and say it's not equal. The city provides more than the county. We do a report every month. The number of animals that that flow through the shelter, though, is about 50-50. But the city has been generous, and we also pay the debt service on the building, the new building that we have. But you know, we make it work. I mean, certainly we wish the county might come up to the exact same level that the city does, but right now it doesn't happen. But we're going to request that in this budget request coming up here in the next month or so. But yeah, that's kind of the way it's worked. But it's still a commonly shared mission of both the city and county to provide the oversight to both animal control and for the shelter, then that takes care of all the other animals that wind up there.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Chairman Hill, I have a couple of questions. Kelly
Yes.
Collins.
Yes, Ms. Collins.
And whoever from Johnson City wants to answer, it's fine. You said that you pay the building, the debt service on the building. Is that in addition to what you give in their budget?
That is correct. That is correct. That's a separate amount. And the city committed to that. And so we pay the annual debt service payment on the building in addition to the appropriations, which is more than what the county pays.
Right. Okay. And also I wanted to ask about the employees, and if I understand correctly, they're not city or county employees. They actually would be a part of the 501c3, but how is their insurance paid if you pay their insurance? Is that through the same type of insurance that the city or the county has, or is that private insurance? How is that?
It is. For a long time, it was private insurance, and it was costing a lot. And then when I came on the board, I just inquired if because they're quasi-governmental entities, what they're considered, that we checked and we could carry them on city insurance, and it really saves us a lot of money. So the premium goes to the city, and they have coverage, through the city program. And that's been a real benefit. In shelters, we our salaries are not all that great. We do the best we can because of the money that we're always trying to, fund the budget with. So having the insurance benefit has really helped stabilize the workforce there. And so, you know, at least on the benefit side, we could kind of help out just a little bit.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I don't think I understood exactly. So the city pays the pays the employee's insurance also?
No, the city does not. We pay the premium out of the shelter budget.
Okay,
But we're able to buy into the city health insurance plan.
Okay, thank you. I understood that now. And we'll see. I
Okay.
have one more. Oh, the money for the citations. About how much is that in your budget?
It's
Maybe back.
I would have to look. I could not tell you right off. I mean, and it could vary. You know, we could write, you know, I could have an animal control officer that may write 10 citations a month, and I may have another one that only writes 2. So it's not a large amount of money in our budget at all. So.
Okay. And one more question. I called and talked with one of the animal officers, and they indicated there wasn't a whole lot of training that they went through, that the senior officer was kind of who trained them.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, is there any training that they have to go through in order to be able to do these citations, or?
There are no laws. There are no, there is training that is available. If you can go to seminars and things like that. It is not required in the state of Tennessee for someone to be an animal control officer. Basically, you have to have a high school diploma, a clean driving record, and I think that's kind of it. So we are lucky that we have a senior animal control officer that's been here for 20 years. So the training of the other 2 animal control officers did come from hands-on riding and spending time with him. When a new animal control officer comes on board, they are not given citation rights immediately. We kind of have a checklist of things that they need to go through, and it could be months before they have the ability to write citations.
Right. Thank you. They did tell me that. I just wanted to make sure. I couldn't find anywhere where the state said they had to have training either. So that's why I wanted to ask if maybe I just overlooked it or just couldn't find it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Anyone else?
Ms. Davis.
Yes.
Commissioner Profit, District 4, I appreciate your being with us tonight. I have actually one question, although I've got about a dozen I'd like to ask you, but this pertains to the animal control officers, and you just got through making the statement that, pardon my ignorance, I thought before that an animal control officer had to be a state certified police officer and have additional training to meet the criteria of an animal control officer. Now, my question is, you've been utilizing these, well, I would say as a non-certified police officer for 20 plus years. And how have you done this without them being what you say qualified or documented as being an animal control officer? That was the main question. I assume this has been working quite well for shelter, and I just wondered how this was done without them being an officer.
Well, like I said, there, you know, the state law, there is no required training. Now, as far as the citation writing ability, all of that, like you said, has been in place for years and years and years. That was way before my time. I know that the shelter and the animal control officers worked very closely with the judges and the district attorneys to be able to have that citation writing ability. But unfortunately, I would not be the one to be able to explain how that all came about. And like I said, not every animal control officer in the state probably has that ability. Jenny, I'm not sure if you know, if you could better explain how it came about.
I cannot. It's been going on in our shelter since, you know, I haven't had any contact with the shelter on how it was all set up. But these are very important employees. It's important to make sure that you hire a person of good moral standard who has a presence about them, because they are enforcing the law. And I think we encourage our animal control officers, if it's a real difficult or complex situation, that they do call our police department or the sheriff's department to be accompanied to the site by an official law enforcement person. You can get into some really testy situations where animals are concerned. The animals are okay, it's the people you're having to deal with.
Man, well, I understand the answer to my question, and my assumption is with the officer or whomever responded to that, and you answered the most of that question about the qualifications. However, if in the event an animal control officer went to the scene of a situation where physical, let's say, actions or whether an altercation where the animal shelter officer had to make physical contact in order to, and would that person also have the authority to make an arrest on this scene?
No.
Okay.
No, at that.
Okay, go ahead. Well,
Yeah,
my
at that
question
point.
is, if there's a fight or if there's something like that, then the animal control officer has to defend himself or herself in that situation. And if that person's not being trained to handle that situation, don't you think that's quite kind of dangerous?
Well, fortunately, we've not had a situation that I'm aware of like that happen. And, a lot of times if we're not going out on a call, there may be people that may be repeat offenders, and we can't anticipate that there will be an issue. So at that point, we do not hesitate to go ahead and have local law enforcement just go ahead and meet us out there. We do not want to put our animal control officers in harm's way. Like I said, I'm not aware of any physical altercations or anything like that has happened. I've actually been out on animal control calls with them, and someone may get a little upset, and we do not hesitate to make a phone call and have the police come out, and the police are responsible for diffusing the situation. But we do not have the ability, my animal control officers do not have the ability to arrest anyone or anything like that.
Understood.
Nor do they carry weapons. I mean, they're not a sworn officer.
Yeah.
Well, if that works, that's just wonderful. But there's always a time when they're going to need a weapon, because you've got crazies out here that if you shoot your coon dog or something like that. That's
Well, we have to worry about those who even want to come into the shelter with that kind of mindset sometimes.
And I appreciate your answers, and I appreciate you people being here tonight. Thank you.
Have anyone else like to ask a question?
Yeah, Chairman Hill, Aaron Fraser, 7th.
Yes, sir, Mr. Frazier.
2 points, and then I do have a question. I think some of the confusion comes in regarding the certification that's required for an ACO or anything like that. One of the things is listed according to MTAS for the essential functions for an animal control officer is to put animals to sleep using euthanasia equipment, which requires a CAT certification, which is the Certified Animal Euthanasia Technician. And I think that may be where some of it is, but it's just classified as an essential function. It's not classified as a required knowledge or ability. So I think that may be where some of the certification questions come into play at, as far as, what certifications an animal control officer needs. I don't think that's an absolute requirement if you have a euthanasia tech on site at the shelter itself to be able to take care of those things. So that part of it I think you could get around. But Mr. Rock, I just wanted a moment of clarification. You said that the Washington County Johnson City Animal Shelter had been a 501c3 since 1984.
You didn't hear your name.
Ms. Rock?
I believe she may be off. I believe that we became
I
a
am.
50. I think we became a 501c3 in 1987.
Okay. So,
And 84 was when the memorandum of understanding between the city and county by resolution was passed and how we're going to work together.
okay. And over that 34 years, give me a rough estimate of how much you think that you've taken in donations compared to what would have been a tax burden on the citizens.
Well, I don't think we can go back 34 years and know that. I can tell you this year that we raised, Tammy helped me out here, it's probably close to $600,000.
Yeah.
For this year alone.
2020 or 20?
For 2020.
Yes.
Outstanding. You guys are absolutely killing it. Congratulations.
Can I clarify?
And I'll just
go ahead.
I'll go ahead and
Jenny.
share with you the county appropriations are 190 and the city appropriations are 250 plus 109 that we contribute to the debt service. So that's our fixed revenue source basically, in addition to other fees that are charged when animals are in the shelter, and then of course adoption fees and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we generate enough to cover a little bit less than 50% of the budget. We have $1 million budget at the shelter.
That is awesome. And Ms. Davis, you were going to say something. I apologize.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base. You're correct. As far as a certified euthanasia technician, shelter is not required to have that. An animal control officer is not required to be a certified euthanasia technician. We have 3 here at my shelter. This just means that if you don't have a certified person at your shelter, that if an animal needs to be euthanized, you would have to take it or have a veterinarian come in and do that for you. So,
okay. I was just going by what MTAS had set up on here. So I yield back, Chairman Hill.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions?
I just want to ask Stacy maybe if how Freddie handled citations when we had a full-time animal control person.
We usually just use door tags. So if there was a dispute or something, we got calls in and the people weren't home, education was first. He did not write citations. That was really not ever anything that was implemented at the time that I was there. So we would leave door tags that said, please call the shelter. There's been a complaint in regards to food, water, shelter, barking. However, or leash law was broken, whatever the dispute was, and they would call it in. We would try to diffuse the situation, educate. We really didn't write any tickets for that. If there was an issue that required the next step for cruelty, we would always be escorted with the sheriff and have them come out to the call with us.
Chairman Hill, if I may, one more question.
Yes, Ms. Cullen.
Tammy, could you tell me how many adoption events you have, like last year, maybe did a discount on the adoptions?
we well, last year was difficult, obviously because of COVID. But we try to do something special on holidays, like we did a Valentine's Day adoption event. We'll do something for St. Patrick's Day. We don't necessarily discount the animals at that point. The only time that I would do that is cats. Obviously, we always have 3 times as many cats and kittens as we do anything else. So we will discount animals or the adoption fee as needed in order to make space so that we're not having to euthanize for space. But I think it's important to engage the community, put stuff out, use your social media the best that you can. We do a lot with our social media, and just promote the animals as much as you possibly can, whether it's one thing a month or every other month. That's the key, is engaging the community.
Thank you.
Chairman Hill, I think Willie's got a question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Campbell.
Will Campbell, First District, Tammy,
Yes.
let me say that when she gave those numbers there just a while ago, $600,000, it was a mind blower. I mean, it's great. It's wonderful what you're doing there. And my question is, and I think she might have answered it a while ago, if you send this officer out because the dog's barking, because he's been on a chain too long, because of something I think she answered it. She didn't tie the cords up with it or anything like that. But the further you're going into this, it sounds better and better all the time. And we need to try to, and Robin, this probably goes for you too, some way or somehow to get what we've just heard here tonight already, is get this some way to the public. Because the public's really the one that needs to hear a lot of what we're hearing here. They think that we're trying to take their shelter away from them. I mean, that's what they've got in mind, But some way we need to try to get it to them somewhere, somehow. And please do not get fake news, as I say, Trump get started into it. Give them the facts and let them have it and let it go with it. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Willie. And that's exactly why I ask, the people that have the experience, because there are so many rumors going. We need to hear the facts. People need to hear the facts. We all need to come together, city and county, for what's better for the animals. It would be better if we didn't allow them to reproduce. And I know Tammy's been working on that on her end, and I'd love to eventually see us move that direction too. If we could reduce population, we wouldn't have to have more funding. There wouldn't be more animals. So thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Blevins.
I've just got one quick question. Tammy, what do you do about the feral cats problem?
We have implemented, when I came on board, we did not have a kitten foster program. We did not do a TNR program. We didn't have a kitten nurse or anything like that. When I came on board, I went to a seminar and learned how important TNR is, which is trap, neuter, return. So we have implemented that in the city and the county, and it has been just life-changing. You would be surprised. The majority of people do not want to see healthy animals be euthanized. So if you can provide this service, what frustrates people is somebody dumps 2 cats out, they start reproducing. It does not take long for it to get out of control. And then it gets very frustrating when you have 20 cats outside. So if you can offer this service to your community, where as soon as somebody dumps those 2 cats off, if you can help them spay or neuter those cats and they cannot reproduce, the majority of people are going to be just fine with those 2 cats living outside their house, knowing they cannot reproduce. What gets people frustrated is when 2 turns into 20. So that has really, being able to do this trap, neuter, return has helped us lower our euthanasia rate. And like I said, and I'm very honest with people when they call, and it's not their fault, it's not their cat, someone dumped it, but they still want the cat to be taken care of. And when I explained to them that if it is a cat that we cannot adopt out because we can't touch it, and that, the best thing would be to let us fix it, let us give it its vaccines, and let it go back and live where it's used to living, or I have to euthanize that cat, then 85-90% of the people are like, no, I don't want you to kill it. And so at that point, they are willing for us to take care of that animal and place it back where it came from.
Yeah, Commissioner, if I could also add something to the Commissioner's question there. We have, when we look at our donors, we have donors who like to do specific things. And so we have one donor that pays for all the spay neuters of the feral cats, the TNR cats that Tammy was describing right there. And that family can see the impact that they're having in a particular area. So they are very gracious with their contributions, very generous with that. but it's for a very, very specific purpose. Instead of just saying, oh, just give money to the shelter. It is for specific items. We have other donors who pay for spay and neuter of dogs. And so we kind of go at it like that, and it makes them feel like they're really making a contribution that they can see the results of it.
Okay, thank you both so much for answering the question.
I want to just chime in here and say one thing. I went to that training and I was so impressed that Tammy brought, I'm pretty sure it was 16 people from Washington County, and I was the only one there from Carter County. It was a very impressive training.
Chairman Hill, just one question to clear up donations and contributions. It's great y'all are doing 600,000 for the 2020. I've got your 990 from 619 that you filed, and it shows a $130,000 from Friends of the Shelter and $361,000 from other contributions. How, I would imagine your Friends of the Shelter are individuals and your other contributions may be coming from businesses and industry. Would y'all give me, or do you know a percentage of individuals versus business and industries that contribute?
Well, the Friends of the Shelter program is a very specific program where people sign up to be a friend of the shelter, and they sign up to do a monthly donation. So that money right there is just specifically for those people. So some of the other donations that you were talking about could be random people sending in $200 checks, $300 checks. But the Friends of the Shelter are people who signed up for that very specific program.
Okay.
Let me answer your question though. I would say, and Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, probably 90 to 95% of all our donations are from individuals or families.
Yes.
We do have some businesses who do special things. They might have a fundraiser that they sponsor, but it's mainly the community who makes the contributions.
Thank you, Jenny.
Chairman Hill, I have another question if you will.
Yes, sir, Mr. Frazier, go ahead.
How often do you guys have to turn away animals?
Well, we are considered an open admission shelter. So we don't have the ability to turn away animals that are from Washington County or Johnson City. We do turn away, or we redirect animals from outside of our county to their own shelter. If we get in situations, especially in the summertime, we have leaned towards having what we call a appointment-based admission program. So what we do is we will find out why someone is turning in an animal, and then we will set up an appointment so that we have the space available. If you work with people, sometimes people might be moving, but they might not be moving for a month. So we can say, can you hold on to that cat or dog for 2 more weeks when I have space available, and then we'll bring it in. So it's all about kind of controlling when the animals come in.
Well, thank you.
Have anyone else like to ask a question?
Yes, Chairman Hill, I would.
Yes, sir, Ms. Holdren.
Jenny Brock, does your board hire the director of the animal shelter?
Yes, we do. We have one employee, and that is Tammy. And then all the other employees work for her. It is her responsibility to manage to the budget we've approved. And she makes all the other calls. So yes, we do have one employee only.
Can you talk about that relationship a little bit and the reporting requirements that you have of her and things like that?
Sure. We try to act like any other board or commission. We all who also sit on the commissions, we have one employee, and that's the city manager in our case. And then they operate everything else. I highly encourage our animal control board members not to individually try to get involved in the day-to-day activities of the center. We're there to look at big picture items. We've been working on getting the spay neuter clinic, going through all the due diligence to do that. So we have our role. Tammy's role is to run the center, and it's really important that these relationships walk that line, because if you get, we have a 7-member board, and if 7 members are going in there telling the staff what to do, that does not work at all. So as the president of the Animal Control Board, I really try to make sure that we are doing have the role and responsibility that we have, and that's on the big picture items. And then, ultimately everything rolls up to the Animal Control Board. Those relationships are really, really important. So we have a great board, and very knowledgeable people, but you don't want just animal lovers on your board. You need people with business experience. You need people who are well connected in the community, and that, everybody kind of turns into an animal advocate after they're on the board for a while, but just starting with that animal advocate, that's what their key thing is. You really need an expanded board that has a representation across the spectrum of skills. So if we have an opening or something, and we were going to be, like, we're getting ready to open this spay neuter clinic, and it's going to be an enterprise fund, so we may try to look for someone who has kind of some entrepreneurial experience, the business experience that they can bring to the board. So that's the way we try to approach it.
Thank you.
Travis?
Yes, sir, Mr. Campbell.
I'd like to say to Ginger, you've done a good job on this and doing a lot of research. And we're glad you come up with these people that we're hearing here tonight. And it's a great thing, and it goes for all of you that's took a part in this. We've heard some things that we had no idea.
Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. James.
I thought Willie's off. I just want to tell you, I really appreciate these ladies coming. We've held them here for an hour and 10 minutes. They've gave their time to us, and I think we ought to, if they're good, let them go if nobody else has any more questions or anything to them. And I really appreciate Ms. McCamey getting them to come out today, or not.
Okay. And just a closing remark, we want to invite anybody who'd like to come over to the shelter just to kind of walk through and see and ask other follow-up questions. Both Tammy and I, our phone numbers, of course, mine's on the City Commission website. You can call me personally if you have any other kind of questions about the Animal Control Board and our supervision of the shelter. We're more than willing to share our bylaws, how we set up our 501c3, and anything we can do to help. We're neighbors, and our main thing is our philosophy is we need to work ourselves out of a job, and then we'll convert the animal shelter to something else. But that's, of course, as we know, is not going to happen. But that certainly is our intention, to try to reduce the number of unwanted animals in Washington County and Johnson City. And we really have to put some proactive things in place to try to make that happen. It's the concept of we just have to build more, jail cells, because we just got more crime. So we have to do something prevention-wise. We did a pretty strong ordinance in Johnson City this past year that addresses spay neuter, that addresses tethering of dogs, it's something that I think really helps contribute to the our humaneness as people in the way we treat these our animals. So we appreciate you letting us come, and wish I could have been there in visual, but I got tied up in another meeting at City Hall. But hope it's been helpful, and we certainly extend an openness for your follow-up questions if need be.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Blevins.
Before we go into public comment, let's take about a 10-minute recess.
Okay. I think that's good. Let's come back at, what time is it? Let's come back at 7:20. 7:20.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ladies.
Bye, thank you.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Can y'all mute that mic, please?
Hang on.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and get back with it. Give everybody time to start rolling back in. We're going to move into public comments. And I have a list here that was sent to me by the mayor's office today. There have been 12 people request to speak. We'll go in alphabetical order, and you'll have 3 minutes. Miss Fry will let you know when your time is up. And just to give some context going into this, I did receive 7 emails that I have distributed to the commission and the clerk and the county attorney. Those were in favor of the animal shelter, which I think we're all in favor of the animal shelter. And we also had 1 email requesting a noise ordinance for barking dogs. And I think you all got that as well. So with that, the first person from the public who's going to speak is Miss Connie Bailey. Connie, whenever you're ready and you start talking, Miss Fry will start your time at 3 minutes.
Connie, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. And I don't see you on the screen currently.
Connie Bailey, are you out there? Okay, we'll move on to the next one. We'll come back and check a little later and see if she's back. The next one will be Heather Bailey. Heather Bailey, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First, I just wanted to make a statement, I guess. There was a statement by Robin McCamey earlier that part of the Kitten Ladies seminar, that she was the only one to go from Carter County. And that was a false statement. Both Shannon and Jolynn were in attendance of that seminar. And they currently do a TNR program as well. And I know that'll be talked about later, but I just wanted to clear that misconception up that they were present at that meeting. As far as a 501c3 in Johnson City versus Elizabethton, I think the population size will speak for itself, as well as the economic difference of the type of jobs, the type of corporations that exist in Johnson City. Therefore, with those types of different economic differences, you have different folks that make different amounts of money than they do in Carter County that might be able to support being a yearly donor. And let's say, for example, for spaying cats or for unchaining dogs and spaying and neutering those dogs. You don't have people that can afford a yearly donation to a 501c3 in Carter County when they can often barely afford to spay and neuter their own pets. I don't see how they're going to be able to help support a 501c3 every single year that will be demanded of the community. With regard to grant writing, if you can find someone, and look how long it took an awesome organization like the Washington County Shelter to find someone that to write grants for them. How long is it going to take for Carter County to find someone to write grants for them? And will we have to find someone to pay? Often it is a paid position. Where will that money come from? Until then, another question that I have about the employees that currently work for the shelter now. Do they lose their time served? Do they lose their, I know we've talked about insurance, but what about their retirement and their benefits? They're no longer going to be city or county employees. So who's looking out for them? That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go back to Miss Connie Bailey. Miss Connie Bailey, are you available? Hearing her. Let's go on to Shane Case. Shane Case, are you available? Anything from Shane? Lisa Childress.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to express some concerns over the 501c3 that's being proposed and the reason why I have these concerns. Like Ms. Bailey said, there is a difference between Carter and Washington County by size of population, economic status, business, industry. And one of the things about the Washington County Animal Shelter is it is a well-oiled machine. Yes, I was very impressed with what their numbers were and how they were able to budget through fundraisers and for private donations. And of course, you have to realize they've been in business for a while. I mean, many years. Carter County, I have personally myself attempted to do fundraisers for the shelter. To help them out. We've used social media, newspaper, radio. I've even done Facebook videos here at Christmas time, trying to get people engaged, asking people to volunteer. I'm proud to say that when I'm able, I come down on my off time and I volunteer. And I see how hard the employees work here. And it's not just a job to them. They have compassion. They have compassion for these animals that are abandoned, neglected, not wanted. Some have been abused. And yes, the employees of the shelter should not ever have to worry about where their income is going to come from. Or is this year going to be a good year because it was a good economic year? And then we have to look at COVID. COVID has affected everything in 2020, and COVID has continued into this new year here. I have gone out and tried to solicit volunteers and had people reach out. In this county, it is difficult because there's a lot of people that don't seem to care or they don't want to get involved. They don't have time. They don't have the funds. They don't have the drive to do that. And it is timely to get a 501c3, and it's costly. It takes approximately a year. So sure, be impressed by the numbers from Washington County, but realize in 5 years, Carter County may or may not ever be close to what their numbers are. But we first and foremost, we have to communicate with one another. Put aside any personal differences and everybody work together because we have a common goal and an interest, and we do have a responsibility to be humane to animals, to make sure that they're not abused, neglected, the bad things that happen in this community, encourage spay and neuter. But then again, you got to get people involved. So I would like to invite the members of the commission sometime to come down to the shelter when you have time. Contact the director and say, hey, maybe you have an employee out. Can I come? I put on muck boots. I'm not too good for it. I've done it. And I know how hard they work. So if
Childress, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Childress. Next on the list, Ms. Vista Clark. Ms. Vista, are you available? Right to Ms. Vista. Next on the list is Mr. Dickie Clark.
Travis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just had a couple of questions. It's really hard to compare the Washington County, Carter County things that they talked about, and a lot of commissioners were excited about the $600,000, and if they actually thought Carter County could do a third of that, that would be pretty special. But they didn't talk about the retirement. Our employees now have TCRS, which they didn't even say whether they would have any retirement at all. They talked about an animal control officer without any training. If something happened and he went out, would the city or county be liable for any mistakes he made? I think that definitely needs to be looked at. It took, from what I understood, from 84 to 87 to really implement the 501c3 in Washington County. So if we look at doing something quickly, it took them 3 years to be, and the size that they are, the 3 years would be a minimum that we could possibly look at before that happens. I know Mr. Johnson and his group want to basically do away with the shelter the way I see it. And But my question to Mr. Bradley is, if his A plan doesn't work, we don't get the volunteers and we don't get the donations, what is his plan B? And I'll let it go with that.
Mr. Clark, well, this is just a public comment. This is not question and answer session. I'm sorry. So if he wants to, if somebody wants to ask that later, one of the commissioners, and he wants to address it, that's up to him. So.
Okay, that'd be great. Just wanted to pass that on. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Vista, are you available? All right, we'll move on. Bobby Blevins Frazier, are you available?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I am a 37-year member of Carter County, both as a student and now as a teacher. There's a lot of facts and figures that will be thrown around tonight. What I want to talk about is two words: community, that keeps getting brought up, and compassion, that was just brought up. As a part of being in a small town community, there are certain expectations that we have. For example, just a few nights ago, a friend of mine was coming to my house, came across a dog in the road that was very obviously injured. She parked her truck by the side of the road, leashed up this dog, and walked a mile in the dark and in the cold to bring this dog to my house. Being a part of a small town, I knew whose dog it was. We were able to get it into my car, get it back to the owner so it can be taken care of. That's the expectations we have in small towns. We know each other. We take care of each other, both two-legged and four-legged animals. Okay, we got our kids, we got our animals. That's the heart of a small town. For me personally, I had a best friend that was a Siberian Husky for 12 years. Was at holidays, on vacations, everywhere with me. I lost that best friend in January of 2020. The one thing that has helped fill that has been I have taken in 2 strays since then. In a situation like we are talking about going through with this shelter, those 2 things that are laying in my bed at night now would have been euthanized. A very large chance of that. And they have helped me more than I could have ever helped them. That is what we're taking away, is our community. The 2 people that adopt animals in this community are parents adopting them for their kids to teach them responsibility. As a teacher, that is vital. And the next group is our seniors who are adopting them for companionship after a spouse passes away or kids leave. When there's comments made like bullets are cheaper, that has been made from our commissioner, that goes right to the heart of our community members, those kids adopting their first pets, and those seniors in their lonely times like COVID this last year. You're going right to the heart of those community members. So we're talking about Johnson City. We live in Elizabethton. We live in a small town. And if you take away the compassion that we have, then we're going to be no different than the bigger cities that most of us try to stay out of that. We live in a small town. We lack those expectations. We take care of each other. I am asking our commissioners tonight to vote to keep that foundation of our small town. Like everyone so far has said, there's a big difference in the economic situation of Johnson City and Carter County. Anyone who thinks we can take in $600,000 to care for this situation, you're not looking at just pure numbers. We cannot do that.
Ms. Frazier,
So-
your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier. Next on the list is Miss Ashley Hartley. Ashley, are you available?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So it is obvious that they are ready to transition and make that change, but I don't think it's going to be a fluid transition, and I think it's a grave error. The filing of the paperwork is a monumental hurdle in itself. Add to that funding and grant writing, and I know I couldn't write a grant with a college education, so I think that's going to have somebody who's not a volunteer. That's going to have to be a paid placement in the animal shelter. Without the proper knowledge, then grants are going to be absolutely null and void. If it was easy, the county could provide, people to write grants for the shelter, but again, it's not easy, so they don't do that. Surrounding counties are obviously able to attest to how difficult it can be to do that. And even if a grant is approved this year, it wouldn't be guaranteed next year or the year after that. So in the event that the shelter was able to allocate the funds for a full-time staff member to take care of fundraising, the area is not that wealthy. There aren't huge business conglomerates or major hospital networks or retail chains that are rather charitable. There are a large amount of extremely wealthy individuals that are able to donate the kinds of money that a shelter needs to properly take care of its animals. So this would put us in direct competition with not only surrounding counties, but also the rescues that they lean on. Obviously, we're in a time of economic frailty, COVID and the pandemic. People are unemployed, they're unable to feed their own family, so they can't take care of their own animals, and they can't adopt animals into their homes. So obviously that also leads to higher relinquishment rates to the shelter. I guess the last point I want to make is to call into question what happens in animal cruelty cases. Where do they go while the state's waiting to try those? They're not going to go to the rescues because the rescues aren't getting the money anymore that's going to the shelter. So now they're both underfunded. So I have to oppose this. It's absolutely not going to be what's best for the community or the animals in the community.
Thank you. Next on the list, Mr. Rodney Henderson. Rodney, are you available? Rodney, we'll move on to Angelina Kite. Angelina, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I actually was hoping that it was going to be a question period that I could ask questions, but I did want to, at least after I've listened to the three ladies, explain how they do it in Johnson City and listening to the excitement over the 600,000 and that kind of thing, just reiterate the fact that this is not Johnson City and we're not going to be able to raise $600,000. Our employees that have 15 plus years going into their retirement, I don't think that we need to be obtuse about that situation. We are not Johnson City. We are a small community. I think we need to be very careful moving forward, and that we need to take a lot of things into consideration. And this process took Johnson City 3 years. And I don't think that some of the comments after the three ladies spoke about, well, we just can go ahead and vote right now. I think we need to be a little bit more reverent and not be so obtuse about the employee, their insurance, their retirement, the years of dedication. And I think we do need to bring the community, and we do need to educate and put a lot of thought into this, look at all sides and look at the difference in our population size, our median income in Carter County versus the income in Johnson City, where they get this $600,000 from versus where we're going to be able to try to raise $200,000 or $300,000. They are still receiving funding from their city and county, and also the 109 for the building. They are taking care of the mowing and the maintenance on the building. These type of things, this referendum, and this is going to take some time. I think we need to be very responsible and very careful about how we proceed. This sounds great in a lot of ways, but we also need to be very careful and make sure that we're not going to be obtuse about someone who's got over 15 years towards their retirement, and how that's going to affect our community long term as well. we're already struggling. We're struggling in a lot of ways. And if we're not careful and we don't do our due diligence, we're going to end up in a lot of trouble with this situation. A lot of things look great on paper, but when it comes down to the people's jobs, I think we need to be very, very careful. Thank you.
You. Next on the list is Linda Porras. Linda, are you available? Not hearing Linda. We'll move on. Mr. Tim Vines, are you available?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a statement that I sat down this afternoon and wrote out because I want to make sure I said everything that's on my mind. First, I want to say I'm not here to bash anyone or anything like that for any reason. I respect you guys as commissioners, and I don't know why someone would want to be a commissioner. I know it's not for the money, but I appreciate y'all's intentions anyway. I went back and watched the Finance Committee Zoom meeting that was held on February 1st. And when the subject of the animal shelter came up, Ms. Holden reported on what appeared to be the findings of the Finance Committee's research on other animal shelters' finances, the number of employees they had, the size of the county, and so on, to compare them to the Elizabeth and Carter County Animal Shelter. I'm sure it took a lot of time to compile this information and to put it into a spreadsheet format, which she did look very nice. Our county was compared to mainly 5 other counties, which was similar in square miles population, median income, and proportion in poverty. If the information is accurate, and I'm not saying it's not, but it was some good information. However, in my view, as far as I'm concerned, not very relevant. How about we check to see how many animals on average each of those shelters house. Some of those that have one person working has, I know from a friend of mine that has sometimes 5 or 6 cats, where we have sometimes over 100. Another question would be, how about the euthanasia rate? I'm afraid this is what it's coming to. And unfortunately, some of the comments by certain commissioners has really hurt the whole commission. And it's come to where when an animal costs too much to take care of, they would just shoot it. Or some the public has got the idea, if not that, then just lower the funding so much that it's the only alternative we have is to euthanize that animal. And
Mr. Fines, your time is up.
Well, Abby, that was too quick. I wasn't even close. But thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was the last person on the list, but I'll move back through just to make sure anybody didn't just get skipped over. So we'll go back with Connie Bailey. Are you available?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Well, I've listened to all of the comments, and I think that every point that everyone has made has been great points. But the one thing that we've all left out is we have to work together. This has to be a combination of people pulling together as a team, and there's no I in team. So we have to include our current shelter director, those employees, our commissioners. They need to be there. They need to see what goes on daily. When animals are there, cruelties are there, what really takes place. And I'm not saying that the the commissioners aren't interested. I'm saying we have to be a team. So the one thing that we've got to build on is we have to have a firm foundation. It's great 501s are, but there's still a certain amount of dictating when you have a 501. So I think the possibility, maybe working with the shelter, the staff and the director and the commissioners, all the commissioners, we have to put aside our own feelings for each other, or maybe misfeelings or misunderstandings, and get this together as a team. So that's basically what I have to say.
Thank you. We'll go back to Shane Kay. Shane, are you available?
I don't think I have to.
Okay, I don't hear Shane. Vista Clark, are you available? Your Vista. Rodney Henderson, are you available? Oh, go ahead.
Commissioner, I'm I'm on finally. I've had trouble. I'm using Dickie's phone now.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
All right, this is Mr. Clark. A lot of what has already been said was things that I had made notes about saying, and I may reiterate some of that. I know there are commissioners that aren't happy with me, and I'll just say I'm not happy with them either. We have a problem. We have a big problem in Carter County and Elizabethton when it comes to animals. And I've been referred to as a little blue-haired lady that sits at home with nothing else to do. And I'm here to tell you that isn't true. I have a master's degree. I taught school for 25 years. And I helped start the Carter County Humane Society. At one time, we didn't have anything but a block building down at the school bus garage. I've seen animal services come so far in Carter County, and that I was proud to say that I'm from Elizabethton. I'm from Carter County. I'm proud of our shelter and the services that the city and the county is providing. And Dickie and I have always been in the background for 30, almost 40 years, working in animal control, in animal welfare, statewide. We were trained by Tennessee Humane Association. We could investigate anywhere in the state. We could take calls anywhere in the state. We knew the law. We still know the law. And to be accused of going and taking someone's dogs by the mayor is insulting. We knew the law. Dogs froze to death. And that should never have happened. The city was called, the county was called, the shelter was called. It fell into our laps, and we went. We spent Christmas Eve and Christmas Day trying to get those dogs, and still 3 of the 6 froze to death. But I want to say the one thing that I see that bothers me more than anything that has not been such a problem in the past is the lack of communication. There is little communication between the commission, other than the animal board, and the animal shelter. And when people talk to commissioners, and you have someone say, "I've never been to that shelter and I have no intention of going. I don't want to go to the shelter." That was said to my husband by a commissioner. Then what right does that commissioner have to even vote on anything that pertains to Elizabeth and Carter County Animal Shelter? The attitude toward our director, we have a fine director. I am not a volunteer for her. I am not on a board. I am a private citizen. And
Ms. Clark, your time is up.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark. Okay, we'll move on to Rodney Henderson. Rodney, are you available?
Wait a minute.
Okay, Rodney's not here. And we'll go back to Linda Porras. No, Linda. That is the end of public comments. So we'll move on into discussion and consideration So before we move into that, I'm gonna ask the county attorney to kind of give a brief summary of if any votes take place, what they mean. So Attorney Harden, if you don't care to give us a quick little synopsis.
Sure, I'll try. Basically, my thoughts are that this is a joint operation. There is an agreement between the city and the county that's been in place since 2017. All of the decision making and operation at the shelter was delegated to the Joint Animal Shelter Board by the City Council and the County Commission. I think the idea of how that is to work is the joint board studies these issues and makes recommendations to the city and the county government, who then either adopt them or don't. So it seems as though it might be a little out of place for one side to try to make changes unilaterally to a joint operation and a joint agreement. I think the county commission can certainly express its wishes on how operations should be changed or wants to change, or how the county commission wants to change operations, and the city can do the same. But it takes two people in an agreement to change an agreement. Otherwise, one party is likely breaching the agreement. So that would be my suggestion. Is certainly the commission can speak as a body about what they would want to do, and hopefully the city can do that too. And if both bodies' goals are...
We lost you, Josh.
Then, trying to make one-sided decisions and threatening the other party to come along.
So would you say that any votes that's taken tonight is more like a recommendation to the city council of what the commission wants to do?
Well, that's what I would hope. Certainly you can make any motions you want to. This is a meeting that just like any other meeting, and motions can be made, but that's just simply my suggestion for what it's worth. It's a joint operation. So changes to a joint operation should be made jointly, in my opinion. But certainly there's got to be communication, and both sides have to either agree on those changes or like I said, one side making unilateral changes could result in other problems that could come up. If it's going to be a joint operation to benefit city and county, both sides need input, both sides need to make suggestions. And that was the whole point of the board, the way I understood it. And that's where these things should originate if it's going the way it was set up to go. But certainly any commissioner has the right to make a motion tonight if that's what they desire to do. And that's your all's decision. I was asked a question about adding a dog catcher position. Well, there again, if the county commission is voting to add a paid position to the shelter and asking the city to fund part of that position, then you're changing the agreement unilaterally. So that's just my thoughts. I'm here to accomplish whatever you all want to accomplish, and whatever's within my ability to help you with, I will. If it's establishing a corporation, I'll help you do that to the best of my ability, or we'll get somebody to help that can. And I don't have a vote, and I don't want to give you an opinion on what you should do. I just want you to know that the way that I see it legally set up is as a joint operation.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Attorney Harden?
I've got one, Chairman Hill.
Yes, sir, Mr. Frazier.
Josh, and this is going to get misconstrued across the board. I can understand that. But when is that contract or that agreement up for renegotiation, or how does it become renegotiated between the county and the city?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to adjust my sound. Sorry. The agreement is kind of like the one you heard Ms. Brock refer to. That's been in place 30 some years. There is no definite term. It's just an agreement of the city and the county to work together to run the shelter and fund the shelter. It is vague in some areas that it shouldn't be vague in, but that's the way it exists right now. Certainly, as with any agreement, any contract, any agreement between two parties, it's a negotiation. It's here's what I want to do. What do you want to do? So I don't know if there's a set formula, or we don't have to send a messenger across the bridge or anything. I think people just need to talk, and that the board was the joint glue that held the two together, is the way it was supposed to be, and it's got representation from both boards. But there is no definite term, and simply expressing the wishes of the majority of the county commission to make changes is formal enough, and then the city can do the same. And if there's a additional liaison committee or something that needs to be established, that's fine. But I think that's what the board that exists is for.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Harden.
Yep.
If we, either way tonight, if we vote on a 501c3 tonight and that passes, is that in effect, or do we have to go back to the city and renegotiate, or what?
Yeah, like I said, it's a joint operation. The city owns the land, the county owns the building. It's kind of hard to do anything separately. So unless the county wants to operate its own 501c3 without the participation of the city, then by all means, I think you can vote to go ahead and do that and back out of the agreement that you have. But one side to an agreement, I mean, that'd be like me, contracting with somebody to roof my house. And then halfway through, I say, well, never mind, I'm not going to pay you for that. I'm just one side to the agreement. The other side is going to have a say as well. So one body can't vote to make unilateral changes to a joint agreement and then just expect the agreement to evaporate into thin air. There's probably going to be some pushback.
Well, if the county wanted out of this agreement, are there a way we can do that?
There are ways. As I said, the agreement itself is pretty vague. I don't know why anybody would want to just outright walk away from it. I think there's plenty of opportunity to agree on things, and if not, there's better ways to do it than to just have a majority vote to breach it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harden.
Anyone else? Okay, Josh, thank you, and we may be in touch here in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
We'll move on, and we'll move into discussion and consideration, and I'm going to let Chairwoman Holdren from Financial Management, if she wants to give a little bit of her report of her findings, and then we can get into the meat of the subject.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hill. I just want to thank everybody that has spoken tonight. I think all of it has been beneficial. I think the attitudes and the tones, for the most part, have been highly commendable. And I just want to thank everybody for that. I would also like to say that during the past 6 months or so, I've visited our shelter twice. Both times I found it to be clean, fresh smelling. The staff and volunteers were present, jovial. The animals were in excellent care. I'm proud of the recent feral cat program that we started. I know it's already been explained tonight, but we are a no-kill shelter, as are most of the ones that we researched. And as they explained, that doesn't mean that there's absolutely no euthanasia, but it means that there's a high rate of being able to give the animals homes and preserve their lives. So anything that I say tonight, any part of this presentation is for the enhancement of that shelter. The members of the public that were informed that this commission was trying to defund the shelter, have been sadly run astray. That is not what is going on. It's very hurtful to know that some of my colleagues started that tale. I accepted the task when it came from Budget Committee to Financial Management, though I wasn't required to, and I knew that it elicited passionate responses. So what I'm proposing is a methodology for growth and an expansion of the best practices in caring for animals. Surveys have shown that if you ask people, they consider their pet a member of their family, just like a spouse or a child. That's how far we've come in our thinking of our pets. I suppose what brought us to this discussion these past couple of months is whenever the shelter asked for additional funding. I believe that this commission cares about what services we're able to provide. I believe we want to provide the most and the best that we can. But it's a hard decision when you're faced with possibly raising the taxes of those on a fixed income or those who've lost their job this year due to COVID, or giving up some services, or at least not broadening them. So, these are tough decisions that this commission has to make. It's hard to put animals above education and safe roadways and bridges and things like that. We have a very tough job when trying to make these calls. You might talk about it in terms of the head versus the heart. We, the commission, are kind of the head that has to make decisions based on facts and figures and logic. I think if we change the tax status of our shelter to 501c3 nonprofit, we get the best of both worlds. We get the head and the heart. Our government can and should continue to fund the shelter at the rate that it is currently. And then through grants and through fundraising efforts, the people who have the huge heart for animals can step in and help as our needs increase. To me, that is the perfect solution. I'm never going to tell you that it's going to be easy or that it's going to happen overnight. We may, in my lifetime, not see donations reach the $600,000 mark. But I also believe that we have citizens in this county who are capable and successful. I don't think we have to go to Avery County to find doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, business owners, successful farmers, and so on, that have money and ability to give and desire to give. I'm proud of our county, and I take offense whenever I feel that we are being put down as not having that capability or desire here. We do. So it's just not true that you have to have deep pockets to make donations. And as I did research, I've talked to almost all of the 15 counties in the spreadsheets that you all have seen now. And after our legitimacy was questioned at the last animal shelter board meeting, some of us took it upon ourselves to go back and verify those numbers that were called into question. So some of those counties were contacted a minimum of 2 times, some of them as much as 4 times. And then that's not counting the contacts that maybe came from other people that I'm unaware of. So I'm deeply grateful to all of them for participating in answering our questions repeatedly. The people in Knox County took it upon themselves when I called back to do a verification. They were like, why are you making us verify this? And I told them a little bit about what was going on up here. So they spent some of their man hours doing some data gathering for me to share with us tonight. And so with the help of the lovely Miss Abby Fry, she has helped me put this document into PDF form, and she's going to screen share for me. And Abby, I'd like for you to move on to the document that's about Knox County. Right here we go. So at the top of this, you'll see the thoughts coming straight from that shelter's director. But then we'll just, for sake of time, let's move on down and look at in 2018. She said they had 3,557 unique donors and they raised $707,500. Out of those donors, I'm going to do a little rounding here and say about 2/3 of them were first-time donors. 51% or $360,825 was from non-major donors with an average gift size of $110. That comes out to about $9 a month. The new donors that year gave an average of $81. So in 2019, you will see that they had fewer donors. They only had about 2,700 donors that year, but they raised even more money, $853,000. 44% of that came from non-major donors again. So this is people who are giving small amounts. So even though it's averaging out to $140, some of those people are giving $5 and $20. And then in 2020, about half again of the money that they're raising is coming from non-major donors. So she disputed the statement that it takes people with deep pockets to make donations to a shelter. She used an expletive that I won't repeat when she was told about that comment. So Miss Abby, if you'll go on to the next one, please. Another commissioner and I took the time to look up some grants that are available for animal shelters, and I highlighted in blue the ones that are only available if you're a nonprofit. Okay, I didn't count them, but just glancing at the screen, it looks like about half of them are only available to nonprofits. The ones I highlighted in red are for Tennessee only. There's 2 of those, I believe, as we go on to the next page. I also found, scroll on down a little bit, please, that there are product grants. Instead of money, you can get beds and things like that. And then there are grant resources like Instrumental and Candid and so on that will actually help you find and write grants. Okay, keep moving, please. I know we're running long tonight, and I'm sorry. I took the spreadsheet that was provided to us with the 990 form information, and I asked Director Burke for his help to add Carter County beside this so that we can see some comparisons. So if you want to move on down, let's see, go back up just a smidge. Okay, so because we're a nonprofit, we're not a nonprofit, you see that our contributions is coming out right around $8,000 right now. You notice that only one of those had provided any revenue coming in. So I'm not really sure why, because I feel sure that those other 2 counties had revenue coming in. And I'm not using Sullivan County, Washington County, or I think it was Knox County on the document given to us because those were not close matches demographically to Carter County. These other 3 counties are. Cocke, Unicoi, and Hawkins were similar to us in their demographics. Looks like we're doing a great job on the fees that we're collecting for adoptions, spays and neuters and whatnot. Look at that. Okay, go on down. All right, so total revenue coming from fundraising and all other methods. Carter County's coming in at 60,000, and those that are nonprofits are coming in with greater numbers. Okay, in expenses, I don't know that we really see anything out of the ordinary there. So I think what we can see here is that the counties that have the ability to raise money because they are nonprofits, they can apply for more grants, they can fundraise, they can solicit donations, whereas we cannot solicit at this time. They're doing better. They're bringing in more money than we're able to bring in, other than just, you know, the government paying for it at this time. So even if we only bring in $12,000 5 years from now, it's $12,000. It's better than no dollars. I'm not saying that this is going to work overnight. I don't know what will happen, but I know what could happen because I know the hearts of the good people that we have here. Because I'm a mathematician, you know, chose to look at facts and figures. That is kind of my language. It took the whole committee, executive assistants, other commissioners getting involved to come up with the data that was presented in that financial management meeting. I know that some of you have gone back and watched the video of that meeting. You've had the data in your hands. So I don't necessarily know that we need to pull that up right now. I think Abby's got it ready for us to look at, but if you all don't necessarily need to see it or don't have any questions about it, we can move on through this. So I'll just pause and you all tell me what you want to do.
Let's just bring it up in the interest of full disclosure. I mean, we don't really have to specifically go through it, but let's at least get it up and look at it.
Okay, so these are all 15 counties. And as I explained the morning of the meeting, I looked at the demographics that somebody else has already mentioned, and took the 5 that were closest to Carter County and highlighted them in each column. And then I looked across the row to see how many had been highlighted in that row. So if a county only had 2 matching, I can't remember right now. I don't know that they, let's see, there's Unicoi. Yeah, Unicoi did get included. So anyway, going across the rows and seeing how many times that particular county matched us closely is how I came up with the 5 best matches. So they're listed over to the left, the counties that were most similar to us demographically, where the data came from, and the date that it appeared on that website is listed as a source at the bottom. And then we'll scroll over to the right-hand side, and you can see to the, Abby, to the right, the next, okay, so it's down, sorry. Carter County is always going to be highlighted in yellow throughout this report, and we're going to focus our attention on those other counties, and they will be in like a light green or army green color throughout this report. Okay, somebody had said earlier that I should have looked instead at the housing of animals. We did look at that. I did ask. It appears on the left-hand column, the second row from the bottom, number of kennel spaces. But that got complicated because there's dog spaces and there's cat spaces. And then like our own county gave me a wide range of 70 to 220. So I ended up not being able to make a bar chart with that information because some counties either didn't answer that question or, you know, it just kind of didn't make sense to put it in a table since there was different numbers for cats and dogs and things like that. The reason the euthanasia rate didn't appear in any of this information is because all of the counties were pretty similar. They can be called a no-kill if they have 90% of the animals being saved or more, and most all of them were running at 94, 95%. So because they were all so close in that way, you know, there wasn't much to draw from that information. Down at the bottom, I just summarized some key points that didn't fit into the table, how much the county is contributing. And I did distinguish between county and city. So if you're thinking that these numbers are wrong because governmental contribution is half of their budget, it's because I didn't count the city's portion in those comments there. It's only talking about county contribution. Okay, and then we'll look at the next page, which shows some of the other of the 15 counties. So when you're looking at this, you know, you are looking for that green color primarily, not the blues. I did 2 different shades of blue just to make the table more easily readable, but the ones in blue were not close matches to us. The ones in green are the closer matches to us. Any questions on these pages?
Ginger, does this make sense out of $400,000 of operating Carter County budget? The county will always be paying something, and that's what the people out here don't understand. The county will always pick up some portion of it. These are picking up 25, 30%. If you pick up 30% of the 400,000, and it can be brought in by contributions or whatever, you'll reduce our burden, our tax burden, or burden through the commission to about $120,000, split between us and the city. That's a big number. And we still are always going to be paying something. I mean, that's a given. And that something is a bailout. We bail out other agencies in this county all the time. Some things happen, and the bailout is coming from the commission. It always will.
Yes, I believe for a long period of time, we will be paying at least the same amount that we pay now. I don't see how that we can go back on what we're contributing to the animal shelter at this time. I think any decrease in that is years down the road. Okay, please move on, Miss Abby. Okay, so this is just breaking out the budget from the county portion of the data. And Sullivan County is a nonprofit now, but they're new, and the county is still funding them at 100%. Our county funding is second to that, very close with Greene County. The reason Johnson County is at 0% is because they're funded by Mountain City, not Johnson County. Okay, next. Okay, this is just budget instead of proportion of budget paid by county. This is the budget on an annual basis. So, you know, we're not being compared to Knoxville or Asheville or to Johnson City. So it was wonderful that Miss McCamey invited the people she invited tonight, and that we heard all that great information from Johnson City, Washington County. But they're $1 million budget. That's not somebody that we're really going to compare ourselves with at this time. So our budget's in about the middle of all 15 that we studied. Next. Okay, paid employees. This is a little fuzzy because I went ahead and added full-time and part-time together. So the numbers you see there, you really can't tell if they're full or part-time. The reason I didn't break that apart better is because it just depended on who got the information. Some of us, when we did our surveys, we asked questions and we got full-time versus part-time. Other people just got a number. So that's why I just went ahead and added them together.
Chairwoman Holdren.
Yes.
I think Mayor Alexander wants to speak a second, if that's okay.
Sure.
Mayor, are you available? He's trying to get on. All right, go ahead, Ginger. He's trying to get his computer fixed. He'll let us know when he's ready.
Okay. All right, next. Oh, that may be it, Kelly. Yeah. Okay. Adoptions per year. We were able to put 1,000 animals into homes last year. Man. Okay. I saw, of course, the email from Mr. Acuff circulated about donations to nonprofits, but I did some research of my own too, and I found 4 articles that are all recent that all say that giving was up this past year. And I'll just let you all read through those as you have time. But I do know that nonprofits struggled with volunteers and maybe even with employees some, because of the health scare. People didn't come in person to do things, but those who could gave more than normal. They responded to the crisis that our country was in. Okay, keep going, please. Okay, you can keep going. This is just some information that I found as I was researching. If we decide to solicit donations going forward, there's all kinds of information out there to assist us. I found out that people definitely prefer things that are easy, like when they're checking out at CVS and they say, would you like to make a donation to United Way? And you are able to just donate 50 cents right there on the spot. The research I read said that that is everybody's favorite way to give because it is so easy. It doesn't require a phone call. It doesn't require writing a check. It just happens right there at the register. And so I talked to Director Burke a little bit about that today. You know, of course, if we are a nonprofit, that won't really be his problem to deal with, but he seemed to think that it's fairly easy to do. So, you know, I'd like to see us consider some really innovative 2021 methods of seeking help, and not just relying on the methods that have been around most of our lives. Okay, next. That might be the
Kind
last
of what you're
one.
referring to there, Ginger, is like Food City, Walmart, Lowe's.
I'm sorry, was that a question, Aaron?
Yeah, kind of. What you're referring to with the getting your change is related, like Food City, Walmart, Lowe's, places like that, partnering to help do the fundraising.
Right. But also, and I talked about this in the financial management meeting, anytime you can have a link online, it helps. But yes, that was what I was referring to a few minutes ago.
Ginger,
Yes.
is the city on board with this?
Oh, we got to find out.
Well, I don't know. The night we had the joint meeting, this didn't come up on the agenda that night. So I'm not really sure where we stand on that. And as Attorney Harden pointed out, it needs to be discussed. But I think, what I've heard is a disappointment from the commission that the Animal Shelter Board didn't originate this research and these discussions. I think that is where it should have originated, and I think that's probably where it's headed back to. So we've kind of started the process now. We've started the discussion, and it probably needs to go back to a joint situation for discussion, Commissioner Campbell.
Ginger, I think Mayor Alexander's ready to speak whenever you got a second.
Yes.
Hey, sorry about that, Ginger. I didn't want to interrupt you earlier, and I couldn't get my computer working. And I think you just hit on a couple of things I was going to just kind of mention there at the end that, I don't know enough about it to say whether a 501c3 is the right way to go or not. That is way outside of my specialty or my knowledge base. I'm willing to learn and figure out the best way to go. My concern is by having a vote tonight or trying to approve this is that it's really, if we're having a business partnership, the people I do business with, I don't go vote on something and then go talk to them later. I think this is something that probably should be brought to, the city to see, how we can work together on this. My second point was also, why is the shelter board not involved in this? This is really because that's the only representation the city has in regards to the shelter is on the board. So we're out of the conversation y'all are having or voting on tonight. Plus we're out because the shelter committee board is not involved in this. So I guess I say all that to say that, if you don't get the city involved, it's going to be a hard sell. It's just, I think everybody needs to be at the table and working together. Like I said, I don't know the right thing or the wrong thing to do. And I mean, you've done your homework and everything is I can't plug a hole in anything. I just think that the city and the county have to be together on this and work together, so that was all I wanted to say. And I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, you didn't interrupt me. Thank you.
Ginger, I know I seen an old set of minutes. I think I see them at the top of this page. Back in 2017, I believe there was a task force to look at this subject. Does anybody know what happened or what their findings were back in 2017?
I tried to follow the minutes after this particular meeting. This was in June of 17. I looked through all the minutes for the next several months, and it just kind of evolved into that joint agreement and, not the same exact people that are on our board now, but that board. And I don't know where along the way that the transition to a 501c3 got dropped, but it got dropped in those next few months completely. And I don't believe that was the intention. And I think that it's going to continue to come back up until a board examines it closely.
Ginger,
Yes.
I agree, with what Kurt Alexander said there. Somewhere we've got off course. I don't know if we went around the curve blindfolded or what. But we need to get together maybe some way or sometime all together and get the Animal Shelter Board and the city on this. Because what I've heard here tonight has been good news all the way. But they need to be involved just as much as we are. If they should even been probably in this meeting. We're sort of running blindfolded here a little bit.
Mr. Chairman?
You're talking about this 5013 here. I remember back, this has been, and I'm sure Mr. Johnson remembers it. I believe that's when Mr. Wolf and them wanted to come in on this, and take an animal shelter at that time and sponsor it. And I think we, at that time, voted it down. And that's been several years back. But,
Chairman Hill, I will agree with Commissioner Campbell. I was on the same commission as he was, and that's exactly what happened. I will also defend the shelter board. I think it was the November financial management meeting. I offered the financial management committee to send this back, or asked them to send this back to the shelter board for us to address it. Commissioner James made that motion or to send it back to the shelter board. It failed for the lack of a second.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Estes has been waiting for a while to speak.
Mr. Chairman, go on, let Mr. Estes, then I'd like to say something.
Okay.
That's okay, Commissioner Bailey. You had the floor there. I'll wait.
Go ahead, Gary.
This has been going on now since I've been here, and we keep going around and around and around. I am going to ask this commission to vote, not to force nothing, but basically that way the city and the dog shelter board will know the will of this commission to what they want and the direction they want to go. Not saying you have to go that way, but we need to know how everybody feels. So when you do go to your board, you know the direction the county is wanting to go, then we'll know the direction the city wants to go. Because if we send this back without a vote, we start this same thing all over again. So I am asking people to vote, not to say the 501 is going to happen, but it's just a simple fact of we need to know the will of this commission. So that way, when the animal shelter board does talk, they know how the commission feels. The city can make a fair adjustment. The board can make a fair adjustment. Right now, putting it off ain't doing nothing but delaying this stuff for 3, 4, 5 more years. And it's been going on and on and on, and we ain't getting nowhere but going around in a circle. So it ain't voting to sit and say, you have to do this. It's just, we need to know the will as far as the majority body. Thank you.
We'll let Mr. Estes speak, then we'll move to let Ms. Collins speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to echo I appreciate very much the statements of Commissioner Campbell. I think it's an opportunity for us to work together. And I think that that's not happened. And I think to Commissioner Holdren's question, how did it get to financial management? My recollection was, I think it may have started at budget. I don't think it started at the full commission, but I think it started at the budget committee, and it was referred to the financial management committee out of the gate instead of the shelter board. And again, I think that the shelter board, obviously, since they're charged with oversight of operations at the shelter, is an appropriate place to look at this and take on the work. But it's also a good place since there's county representation and city representation on that board to work together to try to bridge that gap. And I appreciate feeling the sense of the various bodies. That's useful if you have what the sentiment is. And for the commissioners that were in attendance at the city council meeting last, I think that's what the council had in its discussion was, and I don't want to put words in the council members' mouths. They're here, they can speak to it. But generally my understanding was that there was support for the shelter and its functions. But I'll make a personal observation. It seems to me that there's a lot of conversation tonight about allaying the fears that are out there, have been out there, about what the intentions are. Does that mean a quick turnaround or a quick change, or does that mean an aim for a longer term change if it works? But in the short run, knowing that the support still has to be there to continue for the operations that we have. I think the temperature in the room went up when nobody really clearly understood what the body as a county commission wanted to do. We only got snippets of that again, and communication's hard. I will say that. But that's one thing that I've been interested in, why I've been in the audience listening, is to see what a majority of this body thinks, because I've heard from a few of you individually what you think, but the body speaks by its majority. And if you have an intention of supporting the shelter but want to entertain whether a 501c3 happens or not, okay, that's one thing. That's not the same thing as we're going to form a 501c3 rather soon, and then also rather soon significantly reduce funding. That's a different matter entirely, and you'll get different responses from, I think, the public depending on which one you're saying, and you need to be clear on which one you're intending. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Collins?
Well, I would like to clear up a couple of things that I think maybe some people might be a little confused on, then I'm going to say something else too. When I first went on the animal board, we spent the first 1.5 to 2 years working on problems, and I'm not going to throw blame, but previous administration that we had to work on, and still are working on some of those issues too, from pumps not working to the heat pump to a whole bunch of things. And when we finally are starting to get things in better situation, COVID hit. So I don't think that and I'm not going to speak for the whole animal shelter, of course, but I'm not 100% against a 501c3. But I think right now, with the pandemic and COVID, that it's just not good timing. And some of the information that was sent was confusing and a little misleading. And I had shelter people that I spoke to look at some of that, and some of them didn't understand exactly the sheets that were presented to us. So, that was a little issue I had right there too. And, getting some facts straight. Well, we had a commissioner tell us that the animal shelter director was making $70,000. Well, that's not even close to what, I'm sure she would like to make that, but she's not. And we also have had some commissioners tell us that they're going to help or agree to fund the animal shelter this year, but then next year they're going to cut it. Now that's where I'm worried about, because I'm worried about the employees and how, if that is cut and we don't get this extra funding and grants and whatever, I don't want to see employees that have worked 15 years hurt. And I don't know how, if we don't provide their insurance, because I know insurance is super high if we were to go private. That's why I asked them at the Johnson City about that. And, we were told, I've been told on numerous occasions that they won't be considered county employees if we go to this. So I'm concerned about those employees, and I think everyone should be. I think this could be worked out, but I also think that it should have gone through the animal shelter board, and eventually this would have come up. But like I said, we really have been working on a lot of issues building wise that I don't think a lot of the commissioners realize that we've had to work with, and also some of the additions that we built on. we've been with the extra money from some of the donations. So, you know, I think that we're talking two different groups here, and communication is a problem. And, you know, I'm more than happy to talk with people, but I'm also not going to talk with people that tell me what to do or tell me how to do something or tell me not what to do, instead of have a open conversation. You know, that's where a problem's going to happen with me. And you can call me a hothead if you want to. That amuses me greatly that people think that, but if they do, that's fine. But I'm going to stand up for my district. And if, you know, if my district doesn't like that, then, you know, they can vote me out at the next election. But you know, I'm not going to apologize for being strong-willed and speaking up for what I think is right for the employees and for the animal shelter. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
I got one thing I'd like to say. Here, this is something that every commissioner needs to really look at. When you go to work, you work for your boss. You know, everybody in here, they work for their boss. The problem is the way this is set up. Our animal shelter has two bosses. They try to please the city, they're trying to please the county, plus they're trying to please their board. They're really, I guess, in a way, working for three bosses. The county wants to go one direction, but we're locked in some kind of an agreement. The city wants to go to some other direction, but it's an agreement. You know, the thing is, if it does go to this 501, it's one person that they answer to, one board they answer to. And I'm not going to bring religion into it, but you know, you can't work for two masters, two bosses, because everybody's got a different opinion. So the one thing is, if it does go to that, they have one board to answer to, one to get questions from, one to get answers, and that's it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Culler.
I'd like to make a correction to that statement. They work for the Animal Shelter Board, not the city, not the county. The Animal Shelter Board is their boss.
Who pays them?
Comes back to the county with the money and then the city. We've just had 2-3 people on here sitting saying Johnson City, and some of them's giving half. We've got into the city with this. I mean, if the city wants to give half of what we're giving, I'll give them more all day long. So, I mean, let's ask them right now. We give 300, are they going to give 300?
Giving more than half. They are giving more than half.
They're giving 125,000.
When they pay their county taxes, they are paying the same as you, and then they're adding more to it. I'm not sure how hard that is math-wise. The city pays the exact same county taxes that you pay.
If I could add in, the city is paying the city tax plus the county tax, which is a total of $13.31 per citizen, while the county is paying $4.05 per citizen. So the city residents are paying almost exactly 3 times as much for the animal shelter as the county is paying.
And your state statute says you have to have one, and we don't.
So, all right, let's keep it. Let's not get personal here.
On order, Chairman.
Keep it respectful, please.
Chairman Hill, may I speak again, please?
Yes, Ms. Holden.
I just wanted to say that the different people I spoke to couldn't understand why there was pushback for this nonprofit status, because they all love that situation in their county for the reasons that I guess some of you all have pointed out. That would give them one boss, and it's not tied to the government. The government's still going to give, and I believe, if I understood Attorney Marcy Walker the other day, we even have to make a commitment to giving as part of the setting up of the nonprofit. But anyway, it frees them up from having all these governmental political ties. it is a positive thing. And Marcy told us it does not happen overnight. I believe she gave us a time frame of something like 4 to 6 months just to get the nonprofit status. And then we know it's going to take more months than that to iron out all the policies and procedures and things. So I wish that, as you all have said, the communication had been better. I wish that it could have been understood that nobody was trying to pull funding or do away with the shelter or stop the county's agreement with the city. We just know that this is a long process, and we would like to get that ball rolling as soon as possible so that those funds can start being solicited. We do care about the employees. That has been a question that has been asked in all the meetings that I've attended, and Sullivan County is doing it. It may be challenged one day at some point, but right now they are paying them, treating them as county employees with benefits. I believe that if there's a way to do that legally, Josh Hardin is going to find it. He's going to take care of our people if there's a way that he can do that. That has been a concern of everybody's that I've worked with. I believe that was all I wanted to say right now. Thank you.
Chairman Hill, I'd like to add something to what Ginger just said.
Yes, sir, Mr. Frazier.
And also, Washington County found the way to allow them to continue to get insurance so it doesn't entirely go on the burden of the animal shelter to do the extra fundraising. And then one of the things that everybody kept mentioning is like, we're not going to get $600,000 in funding. I don't think anybody anywhere on the commission is alluding that we're going to get $600,000 in funding. I'm looking at it, we might get a quarter, maybe the sixth of that, even at $100,000. That's a penny off this. That's over a penny off the county tax rate, and it's 4 pennies off the city tax rate. It's a significant chunk of change. You cannot ignore that. Government is incapable of doing this properly because of the exact argument that we're here for right now. Everybody is all at their throats over a stinking animal shelter. We all want to take care of the animals, but nobody wants to be the one to flinch. It's absolutely crazy. We've got the opportunity to draw in extra funding. We can go fundraising. We can go to Food City. We can go to these different places that will be happy to partner with the 501c3 to raise these funds, just like they do for the Boys and Girls Club. We see how much the Boys and Girls Club raises every year. There are tons of people in this county that are more than willing to give. 90% of the reason I would say they don't right now is because it doesn't come off on their taxes. They want to be generous, but they want to be compensated for it as well. Government cannot continue down this path. We're all having the same argument. Like Mayor Alexander said, well, we've got to talk to this person. We've got to talk to this person. Doesn't have to happen under a 501c3. They get to sit down and make their own decisions and proceed from there. But in the animal shelter board, they got to consider what the county wants and what the city wants and all these different things. If they're approaching us as an outside agency coming in, they're going to be able to have the funding that they need. They can fundraise whatever it is that they're missing. No one has said that the county is going to completely cut funding. What is going to happen, though, is it's going to come to a point to where the funding in the county is going to cause a raise in the tax rate, which I will never vote for. In any way, fashion, or form would I ever vote to raise the county property taxes here, period. We pay more into the animal shelter than we do the high school CTE programs, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
It's crazy, guys. You've got to see the path forward. This is not a governmental problem. Yeah, absolutely, we can fund it. It's not a problem. We see that. We've seen all these other people be able to say that we get a ton of money, we get grants. We qualify for neither of those. As a county entity, we cannot qualify for the majority of those grants. And if we do, we're fighting against every other county in the country. I'm done.
Good point. Well made, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair,
You still on
Isaiah.
there?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Grindstaff.
Unmuted myself, then muted myself back. Sorry. So kind of to go off of what Mr. Esty said, you know, it seems like we all came here today to basically do three functions. deal with immediate issues at the animal shelter, something that we postponed from the previous county commission meeting. Our short-term issues, which is basically from now, the next year, going into whatever long-term we go, and then where are we headed long-term? So, the immediate issue we have is this dog catcher position that we postponed from last Monday night to this Monday night. Many of you may or may not know, my day job is working with law enforcement at the sheriff's office. And so I hear the calls that come through and the need that they have for transportation, as well as what the city receives. This is something that I think is very important that we shouldn't put off any longer than tonight, and should kind of push forward and put into place. This is our immediate issue that we have tonight. Our short-term issue goes back to continued support until whatever format a 501c3 or other format that we develop goes into. Personally, I would think that the opportunity to have a 501c3, given the research that's been done on both sides, given the amount of individuals that have spoken, I know the citizens are quite concerned. However, some of the citizens that I had the privilege of speaking with, I'm sure we all got phone calls. Once I sat down and started talking with them about their concerns, they're the concerns that were voiced tonight. What's going to happen to the staff? I don't think neither the city nor the county wants to get rid of the staff. What's going to happen to the funding? I don't think neither the city nor the county want to get rid of the funding. What's going to happen to retirement? TCRS, if you're an employee, you're vested after 6 years, you're not going to lose your retirement. We've heard from Washington County that those benefits, they've made some of those benefits continue, Washington County, Johnson City, continue on with being able to still remain on the same insurance. And I'm sure that we could be interested in look into that. However, I echo that this is not tomorrow. This is not going to take place tomorrow. It's not going to take place tonight with this meeting. It may not take place for a year or 2 years. However, the citizens want to know where we're at. The city wants to know where we're at. And the Animal Shelter Board want to know where we're at and where we're going. And I think that that's the vote that needs to be taking place, is our recommendation of where we're going, whether that's 501c3 or whether it fails and it's not. But I think that that's something that we need to accomplish before we get off this meeting. And I go back to, I want to state my continued support of the animal shelter at the funding that we have, if not more, to get them through whatever this next couple of year period is going to look like, whether that's a 501c3 or whether that's something entirely different that we come up with the city of Elizabeth. At no time do I want to pull all that funding and us get rid of an animal shelter. The citizens have spoken. That's a service that they want, whether we pay for it for the county or the city, or whether we have the citizens of Carter County help us and we make this a service that's offered, but is still governmental supported. And then, as I stated before, this immediate issue, this dog catcher position, I don't necessarily agree with how everything's come about. However, for the temporary time being, we need something put in place, someone to be able to go out and with a law enforcement officer present in whatever format, if they need somebody to help transport animals, to transport these animals and take care of them. So that's where I'm at whenever we get to the point of moving forward or voting or wherever we may be. That's my direction that I'm headed. So thank you.
Commissioner Grindstaff.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bailey.
Will you take a motion that we fund the animal shelter for $250,000 for next 14 months? And then that gives them 14 months to start working on a transition to a 501c3. And we fund a $250,000.
Mr. Bailey, is that just going to be a recommendation to send to the city council?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the motion is $250,000 become a 501c3 in the next 14 months, and that's going to be a recommendation to city council. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very Kerr Bailey. Got a
Yes,
quick
sir.
question.
Now
On
you
this
gotta have a
motion,
second. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we gotta have a second.
okay, I got ahead of myself.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. McCamey. Now discussion.
On this $250,000, are you just saying that you're gonna set that for 1 year, or is it gonna be every year that we're gonna give them this?
I think we need to give them a minimum, and I mean a set minimum every year where they know guaranteed that they get 200,000 at least. But for the next 14 months next year, they will have 250,000. So after that next year, the 14 months, we can look at dropping to 200, and that is a minimum, not to go below that.
Chairman Hill, can I ask Mr. Harden a question?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Collins.
Can you put that on another budget cycle like that?
No, ma'am.
One reason why
budget-
I'm asking that, Mr. Harden, is because when this budget, and then when we go into the next year's budget, a month after that, you're going to possibly have a whole new commission because that will be the election. So we may be putting problems on a new board or new commission, I mean. And I wanted to make sure that this, you could put that budget on next year's budget also, like he's saying, because 14 months is going to run into next year's budget.
Yes, ma'am, that's not permissible. The budget has to be set for the entire county and every department and every nonprofit organization, every donation has to be done annually during the budget process each year. So you can't set multiple years of budget appropriations. It's done 1 year at a time through the budget process.
Okay, then I would like to make my motion then that we set it at 225 now and hope that the next prior commission should carry through. And then
All right,
after
Gary.
the city knows what we're doing, we will know what they're doing. This is trying to get some kind of an agreement.
But Gary, state your motion as you want it.
That
For the record.
I make the motion that we fund the animal shelter for basically next year with us, that we give them 14 months to transition to a 501c3 with a minimum funding of $225,000. And then let's vote.
Ms. McCamey, do you still second that?
We didn't hear you, Robin. We saw your mouth move, but we didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, Josh, is that still permissible?
I mean, this commission right now is going to set the budget for them when this comes up. I mean, they're going to set a budget right here in the next few months.
I'm a little confused about the 14 months and how that would tie into the budget process, which obviously starts July 1. But then again, if the motion is to set a minimum level that you're not going to go below, it's still ultimately going to be up to the budget committee when they do their hearings to make the recommendation to the full commission to set at that time. And a lot of things can happen between now and then. Maybe people who are commissioners now won't be commissioners then. Who knows? But that is the time when the budget is set. And you can certainly vote on that motion, but it would not be binding on the budget committee or the full commission in July.
Josh, I don't think that's what he's trying to do. This is the recommendation to the city to state what the county is, what the body as it stands right now is wanting to set it at. It's like, this is the goal that we're looking for. we want to hear back from you on where you stand on this. It's not really binding the budget committee. It could, and he could add in, I'm assuming, an option to say pending budget approval.
Right. And basically that way the city knows what we are looking at and we'll know how the votes go and they've got a direction what they need to go.
Yeah, like I said, as long as it's a recommendation, and that's
Okay,
what
then I need to alter that. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make the motion that for 14 months, they start a transition to a 501c3 with a recommendation that they get a minimum of $225,000 from the budget committee. Does that sound better?
Now, Gary, are you wanting to start it in July 1 of 2022? Because I think that'd be about 16 months.
Yeah, basically it'll be when that comes back up. They've got a year and what's left of this one.
So if I try to decipher this out, you're trying to say that our goal is in 16 months to have them at a 501c3 and we're going to guarantee them $225,000 a year.
That's my recommendation.
And then, Mr. Bailey, did you say you were going to go down on that the next year?
I'm fine with that, leaving it where it's at.
Okay, thank you.
And that is at a minimum. Is that correct, Mr. Bailey?
Yes, and then this commission or the next commission, if they want to adjust it, that's up to them. Because like Mr. Harden said, we can't set that for them. But my recommendation is going to be for our budget people to guarantee them when budget comes up, they will get $225,000 out of this. And let's see what the city wants to do.
Okay, well, we're still in discussion. So, Mr. Garland.
Yeah, my only question about that is that as far as the time frame, the 16 months or whatever, would that give them, if it was to turn it into 501 nonprofit, appropriate time to submit something into the budget? Because I know that's, what is that, March or April, that they kind of ask for those requests.
I think the city's in budget talks right now, so I think they usually have their first reading, I think, in about May, second reading in June typically.
So I'm just wondering if the time frame would give them that, ample time to submit that if that was the case, if they were a 501 or, at that point.
But that gives us something to start and they can see with this vote where we're leading. And that gives them a year and a half to start working on it and transition if that's the direction they want to go.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to clarify, I think maybe answer a few of those questions. One would be, yeah, we've already had letters and things to go out for outside agency appropriations. We do a similar process to what the county does. We get those into our finance office. We've already done that for this year. So it'll be the January timeframe, next calendar year that we'll be teeing up the following fiscal year's requests. Just for clarification, Commissioner Holden, I'd sent you, I know you'd asked for the funding breakdown I had sent previously, or I'd shown at the Animal Shelter Board. I don't know if you had an opportunity to send that out to the rest of the commission.
I did not.
Okay. Well, and the reason I asked that is I think it's helpful in that, of course, what we're talking about, and apologies for that, you hadn't seen that, but what I had shared and the Commissioner said she was going to forward over was a breakdown based on Finance Director Burke's numbers for, fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20, because that's the latest actual numbers we have on expenses and revenue for the animal shelter. And of course, I'm going to set aside the capital side because, by agreement, it's 50-50 on that. But on the operations side for fiscal 20, so June 30 of 2020, of course, the city went up from the prior year from $100,000 to $125,000 contribution, which actually then, since the county, in effect covers the remaining, that drove down the county's contribution. The county's contribution was like $228,500. So that's kind of pretty close to where you are now. I know if there's a need for increases, if there's a conversation, in the short run about a dog catcher position, that changes that number, obviously, because expenses would go up. And let me say this on that point. When the animal control officer question came up from the beginning, there was conversation even at the shelter board level that, you know, the city will have a proportionate share to pay on that. And there's always a discussion about what that number needs to be. And that's always, you know, that's what negotiations are for. But I think the city was willing to try to help out there. It was not an all or nothing thing. But it never really got to that point. So again, just mainly wanted to clarify those financial numbers, which are useful again, because the 225 is about where you are now if you don't count capital. And that's something else to consider what you're going to do for capital improvements. And I'll make sure that I can get that out to everyone so you can see the information that I was talking about, which is what Commissioner Collins was referencing, because I had copied the Animal Shelter Board on that email so they'd have the information that Commissioner Holdren had requested so they could see those same numbers. So if y'all were a little confused as to what she's talking about, $4.05 a person in the county versus $13.31 in the city, I'll get that out to you as quickly as possible so you can see it, or I can share it on here if you want to talk about it, but I don't want to. I've talked enough of your meeting as it is.
I agree.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
That I've talked enough. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
So this is for Mr. Estes right there. So what you see, what we proposed is not to cut anything out of it. So, I mean, the deal of cutting the shelter and getting rid of everything is pretty dang close. Even you, from your words, that's there. So, I mean, you just have nowhere to go but up, because the direction we're going is not the right direction. I think everybody's seeing that. So, you know, I think the motion, you see what's there. If it passes, I think it'll put a little bit of burden on the budget committee. I think they're going to have to try to meet that, but at least, you know, we are trying to work, and that gives a start for everybody to start figuring out this direction they want to go.
Chairman Hill, Acuff, First District.
Yes, sir, Mr. Acuff.
I would hope that everyone listened very closely to Jenny Brock when she was on the line with us, and how important it is for city and counties to work together. That's how they got to where they are today with their 501c3 animal shelter. I don't think any of us on the Animal Shelter Board, the three that represent this commission there, would not consider a 501c3. My drumbeat has been for probably 6 months is to talk with our partner in this operation, and that is the city. We have yet to do that except tonight, and they really haven't been part of the conversation because this isn't a regular city council meeting or a called one. So I would caution us to err on Jenny's side, Jenny Brock's side, and reconsider having a time to get together and talk through all of this. The other thing about this animal shelter budget, right now, any revenues that come through spay, neuter, adoption, any of those revenues go into the general fund. They do not go to the animal shelter's budget. That's a source of lost revenue for the shelter. That needs to be taken into consideration. Last item that I'll address is fundraising in Carter County. As Mr. Frazier indicated, I am the board president for the Boys and Girls Club. That is an $800,000 a year operation. It's not easy to raise funds, let me tell you. And I've got some real great board members that consistently reach out to folks to give to the Boys and Girls Club. Out of that $800,000 budget this year, this is the first year in the history of Elizabeth and Carter County Boys and Girls Club, we have doubled our individual contributions. They went from 40 to 45,000 to this year, the first time, 90,000. That's a drop in the bucket for an $800,000 operation. It's hard to raise funds. So thank you, Chair.
Sure. Anyone else for discussion?
Restate the motion, Mr. Chairman.
I believe the motion is to send a recommendation to the city council that in 16 months that the county commission wants to go to a 501c3 and guarantee $225,000 a year minimum to help fund the animal shelter. Is that correct, Mr. Bailey?
Yes, sir.
That is the motion. If there's no more discussion, we'll call the roll.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Miss
hold on.
Travis, is Mr. Burke online?
I am.
If this is the case and we do this, will the shelter not actually be $45,000 to $50,000 short into the deposits that go into the general fund?
I believe they would keep those
I'm
deposits,
sorry, I'm
Kelly.
confused on that.
Yeah. Yeah, the donations and the fees would stay with the 501c3.
Okay, thank
Those
you.
wouldn't be county revenues no longer.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Isaiah.
Sir, Mr. Grunstaff.
I'm going to echo what Commissioner Garland stated. I'm concerned about the 16-month deadline. You know, at this time, without actually having a conversation with the city council, a meeting, getting their kind of their feel. I know that we have been pushing for this since 2017. I know that some wires have apparently gotten crossed. A lot of things have changed since 2017. The world's changed since 2017 a lot. I would like to see us just put a general statement that our idea is to move to a 501c3 to begin that negotiation, that discussion with the city, and have that within a two-year time frame, or even a 16-month time frame, a plan put together by next year as to how we can begin that transition, similar to the original motion back in 2017, and hold them to that. That way we can begin that discussion. We can begin that transition if that's what needs to occur. And we don't feel like we are locking neither the county nor trying to push the city, because I feel that that's kind of what we're doing right now, into making this decision really quickly.
Well, it's been 4 years since the original motion was made and there was no movement on it then. There's no reason to not put a time frame on it, because this is something that the Animal Shelter Board should have been working on all along. It was something that we had requested they work on. So I don't feel that the pressure is undue in putting it on the city and the county both, because if the opportunity is there for the county residents and the city residents to both save tax revenue, we have to pursue it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
The reason why I put it with that timeline is so they will know where we stand with this, because during that time, you're going to have commissioners that's probably not going to run again. You're going to have people that's probably, I don't know if they'll get beat again or if we will cut the commission or how this goes. But I'm afraid if we don't go forward with this, we're going to have the same thing. Like we said, 4 years, it just keeps the same circle going. We're going around in the same situation. So I believe we need to go forward with this where they know how we feel, and then they can come back and we'll know how they feel. And then that lets us know what we need to do. And then you'll get to true negotiations. Right now, all of this is speculated, because they don't honestly, until we vote, know how we feel. And until they vote, we don't know how they feel. So I'm going to hold true to, I want it put through to that timeline.
Chairman Hill, question,
Ms.
please.
Keller. Yes, Ms. Keller.
When was there ever a vote to go to the 501c3?
According to the documents, it was showed in 2017 is what that time the transition board was set up, and there was never a recommendation one way or the other made back to the county commission. It just disappeared.
I don't believe that was ever a motion.
Yes, it was. Yes.
It was just on the screen.
Abby, will you share that? Abby, will you share that screen back?
June term of 2017.
Ryan's read the motion.
You need to go to the next page, because the chairman clarified the motion and the 501c3 was dropped.
We have
So
that.
state lines clarify the motion. This would be 18 to create and finalize the formation of a government entity or transition from a government entity to a nonprofit agency. Is there a second page? Is there a second page to it, Abs?
I'm looking it up right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Brad Johnson,
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
I call for the motion. We wore this thing out.
Okay, call for the motion. So it is 16 months, 225,000. Is that right, Mr. Bailey?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I think are we taking a vote to end discussion, end the vote?
That's correct.
All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll to end discussion.
Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Mark Webb,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
No,
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yeah.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Color,
No.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
No.
Thomas Prophet,
No.
Motion passed to end discussion. Now we'll take the vote. So Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready to call the roll. And let me restate this, that this is just a recommendation to the council. There's nothing binding in this vote, I believe.
That's not saying we're voting on the 501c3.
No, you're just going across the street and kissing the city. That's all you're doing, son.
What do you say?
Going across the street and kissing sissy.
All right now. All right, let's keep it respectful, please.
With all respect, it's still you're going across the street and kissing. That's all. It's all we've done all night. Thank you, Willie.
Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
no,
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
No.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Color,
No.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Beat that up.
Kelly Collins,
No.
Thomas Prophet,
No.
uh,
19-5,
Yes.
motion passed. Okay. What other agenda? We want to talk about the dog catcher now.
Mr. Chairman, it's been almost 2 hours. Can we take another 10-minute one?
Yes, sir. Come back at 9:30, please. 9:30.
Thank you, Brad Johnson.
They just don't know, do they?
Oh.
To limit Shannon's budget. I asked him to meet with the city and Brad Johnson. I'm really mad at him.
Bob, you're not muted. All right, let's get started. We've had a long night so far. I guess the next item we need to discuss is the dog catcher. I think Josh is still on here, and I know he mentioned earlier that if we funded the dog catcher, that since it's a joint venture, or if it would be, we'd need the city's approval. But I do know that the recommendation from the Animal Shelter Board, which is made up of city and county officials, was to approve $17,000 and take that basically from the money for animal control. Is that right, Mr. Barnett or Dr. Acuff, somebody who wants to speak on that behalf?
I don't know that Chairman Barnett is still on, but I don't mind speaking up on that regard. Yes, that's what was passed through the board, and we made the recommendation that it be a full-time position because it will be much easier to attract an individual with a full-time position and benefits. We did discuss the opportunity to have 2 part-time. Certainly it would alleviate the workload, if you will, but it also will be hard to recruit to. I think if we have seen other positions in the county that have been part-time, I think it's noticed that they are very hard to recruit to because everybody's looking for a full-time salary with benefits. So you're right, Chairman, that's the way it came.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Blevins.
will you entertain a motion?
Sure, lay it out there.
I'll make a motion that we hire 1 full-time animal control officer and move the money from the sheriff's department.
I think they're only asking for the 17 to complete this fiscal year. And then the full position would come up in the budget for next year. And if the city wants to give any money on that, or we need to discuss that with the city, they would probably need to approve that and give us their okay at their next meeting so we can start their budget process to figure out a good percentage.
I'll make it then that we give them the 17,000 to hire a full-time animal control officer for the remainder of the fiscal year.
And I would second that, Chairman, but with the clarification for Commissioner Blevins that this is a dog catcher. They do not carry the authority of an animal control officer.
Yes, sir. Give them the dog catcher then. I'll agree with that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Blevins, second by Dr. Acuff. Any discussion?
Chairman Hill, I have a question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Frazier.
Dr. Acuff, what's the annual salary going to be set at for it? Or is it still in debate? I'm just asking because I was just curious where it was at.
Taking my break.
Oh, okay. Well, I was looking.
Can somebody mute the JCT, please?
Please. Shannon, are you on? I don't have the minutes before me. Do you recall what we allocated, or Sanja or Kelly? I said I don't see Mike on here. Mike Barnett.
Yes, sir. It is 44,639.20 for yearly.
Part-time. Is that for part-time or full-time?
1 full-time.
That's full-time, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We had what set aside for the sheriff's department already, around 35,000?
37, I believe.
37.
And there's about probably around, I know Brad can probably guess a solid number of what's left in it right now.
Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. James.
the 44,000, is that before benefits or is that including the benefit package?
Including benefits, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Chairman Hill,
Yes, Ms. McCamey.
I would like to actually recommend that we recommend to the city to help and maybe take on a full-time position, and maybe we could do 2 part-time or vice versa. But I think if we're going to join in a partnership right now, there's a need, and we've all seen it, the city and the county and myself out here chasing them. So I know there's a need. That's the recommendation I would like to make.
Can let's vote on this first one, and then maybe we can take a recommendation to see if they would put a full-time in their budget as well, maybe. Would that work?
Sure.
Okay.
Chairman Hill, Brad
yes, Mr.
Johnson
Johnson.
III.
Yes, sir.
In the minutes of the shelter committee, the numbers they broke down was for the full-time was $12 an hour. My question is to the board or the representative board, is that $12, does that include the benefit package? Or is that just a flat rate hour? See, that's an unknown, but I think that's just a flat hourly rate. I'm assuming that.
I believe that's correct.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
Okay.
We didn't want to fall below that, obviously that $10 minimum that we've set for all county employees.
Okay. The next thing is, this is just for the duration of the 18 weeks. of the remainder of this budget year to get you up to the point of where we adopt a new budget. It would be, since we are starting back in it and you don't have a very good analysis of what's going to transpire, and then two, you're working with a single individual, which could be the best thing that ever happened to the county, but we got to make sure if you're going to hire full time, that goes into reoccurring expense for the next budget year regardless. Because you can go back in history and you can see in this county, nobody can come up or find documents that say that we've ever abolished a position. So that locks it in regardless of whether it's good or bad. The other option is, as they've referred to, is 2 part-time. That gives you 64 hours a week. That means that you can have coverage up to day and night, not 24 hours, but it can also reduce your overtime costs. It can also give you time to see how you can implement programs to utilize that person. And if it is a full-time you need, take it through the budget process, which is getting ready to start. That way, if it doesn't, all you've got is part-time people. And we don't pay it saves the county the overtime, the cost of the overhead of the insurance, which is quite expensive. When all you're doing is crawling, we need to crawl and then go to a walk and not to a solid run. And it works out that if you go to 2 part-time, is it hard? Nobody says it's going to be easy. You have to manage. And that's what needs some hard work done, and to document this to where you can let both boards know how it's working out, as to give them directions which way to go to from here instead of going for the whole hog at one time. And then the 18 weeks also in this thing here, see, we actually violate our own rules, Mr. Chair, because this did not go through committee for vetting. Now, if they said, well, that's because we had a meeting before the budget committee. Well, this is nothing of such urgency or endangering anything here in the county, and it could have waited till the next budget committee to go like everybody else.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Von Cannon.
I'd make a motion that we table this because it has not gone through the proper budget committee.
There's already a motion on the floor, so.
Or through the financial management committee.
We already got a motion on the floor. We have to
Mr.
vote.
Von Cannon, I think the budget committee actually passed to move all that money back in November, if I remember correctly.
Yes,
And we
sir.
never actually got to the vote at the full commission to move that money.
That's right.
Yeah.
Chairman Hill, I want to ask a question. Is Brad still on?
Yeah. Oh, Burke.
No, other Brad, sorry, Mr. Burke, Director Burke.
I'm here. I'm here.
Thank you, Director. Of the 44,000, how much of that is benefits and how much of that is salary?
Give me just a
I'm putting you
minute.
on the spot, I'm sorry.
Give me just a minute, okay?
Take your time.
Chairman Hill, while he's looking that up, can Abby put that document back up on the screen again, showing
Yes,
those
ma'am.
numbers?
Absolutely.
And then Randall has his hand up to speak as well, Chairman Hill.
All right, Randall, go ahead and you can speak while they're looking that stuff up.
Well, I was just saying, if I'm not mistaken, this suggestion did come out of the animal shelter meeting or board. Am I wrong? Animal shelter committee? I listened to your all's meeting a few weeks ago.
It
So
come
this
out
did-
after budget, Randall.
Oh, okay. So, but it still is coming out of a committee, and that's all our bylaws say.
Yeah,
Mr. Jenkins is correct.
She's saying the full time is 44.
Chairman Hill, can I say something too?
Yes.
That includes uniforms.
I just think that calling this position dog catcher after hearing that it is not a requirement for a degree for an animal control officer, to me, dog catcher it just sounds like a step down, and people aren't going to take that person serious. I think we need to call it what it is, an animal control officer.
Yeah, we've established that MTS it falls well within MTS requirements to call it an animal control officer. I mean, obviously they're not currently carrying full rule of law or anything like that, but they would well within their rights to observe and make recommendations on enforcing state law through the sheriff's department. MTAS does not make that distinction. So I think it's okay to call it an animal control officer based on what MTAS has posted on their website.
It's 44,000 this.
Yeah, that's
Chairman
included.
Hill,
This,
Yes, Brad.
that amount, and this is based on the current TCRS contribution rate of 8% and the current insurance cost. The salary portion of that 44,000 would be around 31,250.
Okay, then I've got a question.
Yeah, me too.
How are we arriving at 31,000 if you do 12 times 40 times 52?
Chairman, this is Director Posada. On the form that Mr. Brad Burke sent me from the Finance Department for a full-time employee at $12 an hour for 40 hours is $36,364.20.
Well, if you do
But
12
also
hours,
with
if you do 12
benefits.
hours times 2080, it's 24,960 plus benefits plus your overhead.
Well, if you look at the form that is put up on the screen, it says our yearly with benefits is the 36,364.20. So that should already factor in the benefits.
Correct.
Let's not get caught up in minutia on this either, because if the form miscalculated, it's not a huge ordeal. We can get past it. So let's not get caught up in that. All we're trying to do is make sure what we're funding is actually going to be what necessarily needs to be there. And I understand that the number up here includes tires and uniforms and gas and other stuff like that. So that's how they're kind of getting to the 44,000. And they're factoring in overtime along with some other things in there as well. So let's not get caught up in the minutia of, that there's something that's off in the numbers. It fully could be just a miscalculation in an Excel document. So
36,000 is wrong.
Okay.
Benefits are not that high.
And
You might be correct, Aaron, but we need to clarify it, make sure it's clear in the motion so Brian has to know which accounts put it in. Because the motion now clearly states that we're appropriating $44,000 for salaries and not for the total package, including gas, shirts, and all this other stuff, when the salary is actually the 36,364.20.
Correct. And the figure that Chairman Hill,
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
the figure that I provided was based on a $44,000 salary. It wasn't based on this 44,639 for salary plus all the peripherals.
Yeah, because it looks like the actual salary with overtime is marked in here is like 40,364.20. That includes the overtime part.
On this, yeah, but I wasn't thinking about this document here. I was just thinking about the 44,000 total, then backed out the insurance and calculated the taxes to come up with that net amount, 31,250. But this is a different calculations here.
well, the motion on the floor is to appropriate the money, $17,000, some odd dollars for the rest of this fiscal year, correct? That's the motion I made.
That is the motion.
That is correct, Chairman, if I could address that. You're correct on it, Mr. Blevins, but what your motion is right now, you're allocating a lot more money for the salary than what was requested in this paper. Like the $12 per hour for a full year is over, isn't but just shy of $25,000. So the 17,000 that they're coming up with, that's going to be way more. We just need to make sure that it's appropriated to the correct line items is what I think I'm understanding in the motion. So we need to make sure how much we're setting for salary and how much we're setting for the other expenditures.
Mr. Chairman.
I can't see who's talking, so.
Brad Johnson.
Brad Johnson, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that just case in point, what you're just now going through. The book says that you go through one of the 8 top committees. Is that not correct? You're the one that makes the judgment on it. That you committees bring it is before the budget committee where it can be vented. Now, we've already discovered that their numbers are incorrect. That's why I'm saying it is much easier to set a scale, the same amount, $12 per hour, two part-time people for the 18 weeks, and then the rest of it can be taken through before the budget committee for the next full fiscal year. Now, if this does not pass, I would be more than welcome to put the motion for the two part-time. That way it saves us money. It's what's my concern. Because it's going to cost more for full-time for 18 months. Now, the other, you look at the amount you're looking at now, that's more than we pay our law officers for a dog catcher. You can call it an animal control. You can put lipstick on that pig all you want to. It's still a pig.
Well,
That is German. That's what you pay a teacher.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Blevins.
can I withdraw my motion and then state another motion?
Chairman, if we might, time out here just a second before we put another motion on the floor. This is Commissioner James. I don't care if you all want to send this to the budget committee and us bring it back to the full floor at this. I mean, we're almost to March now, so we've got what, 8 days left.
Yeah.
So, I'm perfectly fine with adding it to the agenda, us working out the details of the final numbers for the salaries and bringing the total package of what numbers go to what line items to the full floor.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
Keep putting it off.
Mr. Blevins has withdrawn his motion.
Yeah, I'm not done yet, no. I'm going to make a motion that we hire the two part-time that Brad Johnson was discussing there for the remainder of this fiscal year.
I'll second that, Mr. Blevins.
Good first.
Motion now is to hire two part-time people to finish out this year. That motion.
Chair Isaiah,
Yes, Mr. Grunstaff.
point of clarification on this. We had a committee make a recommendation. The committee is a joint committee with the city. They're the ones that come up with the numbers. I understand there's some questions about the numbers, and I don't disagree in some cases that two part-time individuals might be better than a full-time person. However, in years past and in many votes past and many committee meetings that I've attended, if someone like this joint committee was to make a recommendation and we don't agree with it, we send it back. We're not able to make any other motions or make any other recommendations. In fact, that committee may not agree with it at all. I don't think that it's, at this point in time, our decision on what we ask, what we tell them we are going to give them versus what they are asking. You have animals that need transporting on a daily basis. Now, if you want to make it a recommendation, send it back to the Animal Control Board and let them vote on it, then sure. But to just go ahead and tell them, we think that you are mistaken, we're going to give you two part-time instead of a full-time, or we're not going to give you anything, fine, send it back to them. But I think that we're treating this entirely wrong.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
This is exactly why they need to be a 501c3 where they only answer to one board and one group only.
Amen. There's nothing that says we have to send anything back. We still control the money. You forget that.
In conjunction with the city.
And then you want to talk about having to pick animals up. Look, Commissioner Grindstaff, I spent more time on the road with the law officer in this county than you got time employed. You can't
All right,
tell me
guys.
how much we put
Move
in.
on, guys.
All right, guys, come on.
Well, I mean, all right, if you're going to use and you present evidence, use the real evidence.
Just from my personal opinion, I think we voted on this in budget to move that entire amount of money over for animal control. So I don't see what the big deal is with doing 17,000 and moving on.
So that's
And
right, because your money is there. You're exactly right. It's in this year's budget and it's available, but the logic of how to use it properly is the only thing in question.
Chairman,
Yes, Mr. James.
this is for Director Burke. Director, how much money, what is the amount left over in the sheriff's budget at this time for that?
Make something simple.
It's around 24,000.
24,000 is what's left for this year. Of course, now we only budget what, 34,
37, I believe.
37, I think it's 37.5.
37.5. So 75.
Draw my motion.
Well, Austin's figuring it. I'm just gonna say, we just sit there and said we can't do that 17 because it didn't come through budget, but then we're gonna try and make a motion to hire 2 part-time. It didn't go through budget as well.
Sounds like we're shooting from the hip to me.
I'm gonna, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion. Now you'll find it out. You'd find
Chairman
it
Hill,
out.
may I speak?
Yes, Ms. Quinn.
Draw my motion.
I pulled some numbers from 911. And in 2020, there were, best we could tell, 1,503 animal calls. That is a lot of calls. That equals out about 28 calls a week. So I have to concur with Mr. Grindstaff. We know that we're going to do this, right? And we know this is going to be an ongoing thing. Are we all aware of that? That we are going to do a animal control officer?
Oh, I'm completely aware of it. I mean, it's
Exactly.
It's something.
So
that
if
needs
we
to
know
happen,
that we're
but-
going to do that anyway, then why not just go ahead and do it?
That's what I tried to get them to do, but they
Chairman.
won't argue.
And Brad
Yes,
has a
Mr.
point,
James.
but Brad has a point as well that normally it comes through the committees. I'm perfectly okay with accepting the animal shelter board as being the committee. It's just making sure that what we sign on for and what we fund is actually going to be there. So since it's not coming through budget, we can't look at that in advance. We're having to look at it now.
Correct.
Okay,
Chairman.
somebody entertain
Yes.
a motion then.
Hold on, Gary.
Hold on, Gary. Mr. James had the floor.
Chairman, I'd like to put into a form of a motion that we move out of the sheriff's department's budget $15,625, and the excess money that's left over figured in his budget for the animal control roll back into the general fund for this year. And then they can bring the rest of the requests through the budget committee for this year if they request anything more or not. But what that is the 37.5 that we allocate divided by 12 months with 5 months left into the fiscal year. So that's what makes up the $15,000. And if they can bring next month, they can bring some money through, but that'll go ahead and get them some approved to start working towards animal control.
And I kind of think that they should, if it's coming through the board and the board is the one that's responsible for managing it, it should be up to them on determining how they do it, but they still have to come through the budget committee for as far as the funding goes.
Fine, Travis, I'll second that. I'll second Mr. James's motion. That goes on and gives the animal shelter the money.
So the motion is 15,625 coming from the sheriff's department animal control line, and the excess of what's left over will roll back into the general fund. Is that correct?
Yes, and the 15,625 goes to the animal shelter.
Animal control.
Yeah.
The proposal that was proposed is 16,604.58 that went through the animal shelter budget.
Mm-hmm.
The animal shelter board, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what I done, like I said, Ms. Posada, is I just took the 37.5 and divided by 12, figured how many months we have left in this fiscal year, and that's what I was setting aside to allocate to move. And if you all need to adjust it out or something, that goes ahead and gives you some money to go ahead and get started and moving, and then let you bring it on through your committee and then through the budget committee in March, and we can adjust out if we're off by $500, $600, $700, whatever. So this way it goes ahead and gets you moving forward. So we're on again.
And also to tack on to kind of what Austin said, really just look, as far as the position goes, we're just looking at the position. If the truck needs maintenance, if the truck needs oil, if the truck needs something else, then there's probably a different line item that it needs to come out of potentially at this point that we can assign to that. And all you'd have to do is just bring the maintenance part of it. It's more than enough to do the salary part of it, but just do the maintenance part as a separate motion through the budget committee.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Grindstaff.
Your reoccurring expense on that's as far as what is going to be considered between now and the June 30th date that's on that. This is your $12 per hour plus your overtime pay. It comes out to be $15,179.58. using the document that was proposed, which is basically your salary, including up to 8 hours overtime on weekends. And leaves off the non-reoccurring expenditures, like Austin stated.
Mr. Chairman, did you add in there the overtime pay for the weekend?
In that figure that I just gave, Ms. Posada, it was $12,587.58 plus $2,592 comes out to be $15,179.58,
Thank you, Mr. Grindstaff.
which is more than covered by Austin's recommended 15,600 something, I think it was.
625.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Director Burke.
Commissioner Grindstaff, did that include health insurance? Your calculations?
If Abby can pull that sheet up, that is the proposal. It's listed as $12 per hour for 40 hours per week times 18 weeks with benefits is approximately $12,587.58 plus the overtime pay.
That don't include benefits.
The health insurance will be $600 a month.
That's right. That don't include that. That was the first question that was asked. Did it include benefits? And the answer was no from the committee.
Well, just your 18 weeks, 40 hours is 8,640 plus your overhead plus your insurance.
It'll make everything complicated.
Benefits about $78,000.
That means that 2 part-times is a heck of a lot cheaper than 1 full-time just for 18 weeks.
Chairman.
I can't see who's Austin. Go ahead, Mr. James.
Austin, can we vote on my motion, give them the money and let them figure it out? That's why they have a board.
That's the motion on the floor.
I have
Any
an
more
item for discussion, please.
You can't see it.
I know that our county is probably not paying across the board at an average rate. And I did show a document in financial management that the average pay in the state of Tennessee for an animal control officer was $12 and some cents. But that's the average. The rest of our county employees are probably working at below average. So my mind has been a blur ever since somebody made the comment that this is going to put an animal officer at a higher rate of pay than our sheriff's department employees, and that does not sit well with me.
Any further discussion?
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Campbell.
Did, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here, but I'm gonna go back to this. EMA director, what did we set that at? His salary, including benefits.
I know the salary is just a little over 40,000. I'm not sure what it was with the benefits.
It was right at 40,000 with the benefits.
We're putting this at 44.
There goes your recommendations from the animal shelter board. You see why you got problems?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Simley.
Representing the Animal Shelter Board, I don't think your position that you got for the county included a vehicle expense and all the other expenses we have. That brings that number up to 44,000. So you need to compare apples to apples. Thank you.
Salary listed on the other document is $36,364.
And with an additional 4,000 set aside for overtime.
Well, I hate to further debate, but when that 37 was put into place, was that not, nobody said that was for one certain position. Was it? It could be for 2 positions. Am I wrong? Somebody correct me.
Well, Randall, I believe that's what Mr. Johnson has been arguing about is the 37 factored in benefits, but If we stepped out and hired 2 full-time or 2 part-times, we would cut our costs substantial because we'd no longer have to offer the benefit package. Which is, as Mr. Burke described, $600 a month just alone for the insurance.
So we told the sheriff's department, this is X amount of dollars for this positions. So what are we doing here? What?
I think Randall, I think the sheriff was paying out overtime, and that's basically what that money was for. I don't think he had a dedicated animal control, I don't believe.
Yeah, but it was multiple people, is what I'm
Yes.
trying to get at. So
All right, let's circle back a little bit. Dr. Acuff, where you at?
Yes.
All right. So was it taken into consideration what the other salaries of employees in the county were making whenever this recommendation was come up with?
We wanted to make sure that we were not below the $10 per hour. And I don't remember if that was part of the discussion during the animal shelter board, but we set it at $12 an hour.
I understand. So we've got to look at it. We've got to look at it that this is going to have less authority and less, I don't know about less danger or not, but it's going to have someone with less authority than someone that works at the sheriff's department. I mean, I understand that $10 an hour is the minimum, but if we're coming in at 12, we're going to be fighting against ourselves for officers leaving the sheriff's department and coming over to the animal control officer position, which I don't consider would be a terrible thing, but it does put a bit of a sour taste on everybody's mouth. And it's also going to could create a nice flip effect where everybody comes back and they're like, well, if animal control is getting $12, we all got to get $12. We all talk about fairness. And so we've got to kind of look at it from that perspective too, I think. Everybody here, I think, wants to put an animal control officer in. I don't think there's anybody that is against it, but we've got to get to the point to where, and that's why we're having this meeting, to where we can come into agreements and get going in the same direction on where that needs to be at. I understand the $12.88 an hour is the average in Tennessee, but you're also taking into consideration places like Nashville, which does not pay that, or pays that $12.88 an hour. And that's Nashville. I think it's what it was whenever I went through and looked at a posting that they had. So we've got everybody, I think, is in the right position, but nobody knows how to get there. So I know you guys want one full-timer, and I think I'm okay to acquiesce to that, but we've got to get in the right position on how much that funding needs to be. And I think that's what 90% of this comes down to is the funding, because none of us wants to break the budget. We want this is a necessary service, but we've got to stay within the budget to make sure that we're not stuck in a position where we potentially have to vote to raise taxes one way or the other. I think it's there. We've just got to figure it out. Was a consideration made to using existing animal control or existing personnel working at the animal shelter on a part-time basis to pick these up, where it's just an additional duty or it's additional time that they get paid or something like that? And I'm not asking for anything other than for clarification.
Chairman Hill.
And certainly majority of our staff are women. And one of the things that we have avoided doing is sending women out in the dead of night without any concern for their health.
Point taken. No, point taken.
Chairman Hill. Yeah, I'd like to clarify some of the wage and salary figures that have been mentioned here recently. A part-time employee at the sheriff's department makes $13 an hour. That's without benefits. And the deputies make, at least $12 an hour.
Brad,
Yes, sir.
what's our lowest paid employee on the full-time employee on the, do we have employees? I know the minimum, I think it said it's $10 an hour. Do we have anybody at the $10 an hour rate?
There may be one with the solid waste department, but I can't recall. We were just discussing that recently. I can't recall what the situation was with him, but I can find out if there is any below 10. It would be one with solid waste.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to verify that, Mr. Burke, you're correct, because that came through the financial management. It was an issue to where we made sure that there was no employee below $10 an hour. And then there was only, at that time, if my memory's right, there was only 3 that was in the $10. The remainder of the lowest was in the $11 and $12 mark.
Mr. Burke, Willie Camel, First District. My understanding is if we put in a full-time new employee, that he has to pay part of his insurance and part of his uniform stuff.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
5% on TCRS and 10% on the insurance.
Did you take that under consideration, Ms. Raycutt?
We probably did not take that under consideration. And just set the salary at that, not thinking about a new employee being at the percentages that they would have to pay, which would even warrant, that amount per hour, that higher amount per hour.
Understand.
Chairman Hill.
Yes, Brad.
That the figures that I've calculated are just based on the employer portion only, which in the current year is 8% TCRS and $600 per month for the employer share of the insurance for new employees.
It's about $1.80 on the salary per hour, so it still comes up over 10. So we put it at around the $10.20 an hour range, if paying on the TCRS and paying on their insurance.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Blevins.
Motion to cease discussion.
A motion to cease discussion.
Before we cease discussion, since it's my motion, I'd like to just add one thing to this. I do understand that the average was $12 an hour, and I do understand that we are lower than some other counties. But I would like to make it clear that the fact of that before taxes and insurance comes out, this is less than $25,000 a year, almost less than $2,000 a month. That's almost, I would feel impossible to ask somebody to have to try to live on that anyways. But yet they're probably going to find somebody to do it because they want the benefits. But let's keep in mind that people still have families to feed. They still have cars they have to take care of their own, and they still got gas to put in it. And granted, I understand a lot of our employees are underpaid. And that's something that I hope that this commission is trying to address and fix moving forward. That's what I have kept hearing over and over. So let's not start off on the bad foot and keep moving forward. So let's be done with this. Let them hire their employee and go on.
All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll to end discussion, please.
Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes, please.
Julie Gwynn, Julie Gwynn,
I think she said yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Certainly.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Scarlett,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yeah.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Color,
Yes.
Daniel McIntyre,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Didn't hear you, Robin.
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
All right, now we'll vote on the motion. I'm gonna try to repeat the motion. It was for 15,025 to come from the Sheriff's Department Animal Control line to go into the animal shelter animal control line, and the rest of the money will go into the general fund. Is that correct, Mr. James?
Correct. And if they need any additional funding, They'll bring it through March's, through their committee and through our committee.
Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Julie Gwynn,
We've lost Julie.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Jerry Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Yes.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Color,
Yes.
Daniel McIntyre,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes.
Robin McCamey,
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Julie Gwynn is rejoined.
Yes.
Julie Gwynn is rejoined.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, vote me yes.
I believe that was all ayes. Motion passed. And as far as I know, that's it, unless anybody else got anything else they want to discuss on animal shelter tonight.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to
I'd like to make one comment, Chairman.
Okay.
It makes everybody's night better. We spent 45 minutes getting to the same outcome, but y'all have a good afternoon.
Chairman, the only other mention would be the issue of the animal control truck. We would want to make sure that that goes to the shelter.
I'll make a motion to transfer the truck to the animal shelter.
I second that.
I don't know if we need to do anything with that or not. It's done in the mayor's office. Can she just move it over, Brad?
Well, I don't, that's the thing. The sheriff has said that he's not giving the keys up to it until he's for sure somebody was taking it. So I have the truck in the parking lot, but don't have the keys.
Go forward
We have
and
keys
have
now.
the keys made. We own
You
it.
have the
so-
keys, Brad?
We do.
Okay, we've got the keys.
All right, well, let's go ahead. We already got a motion and a second. Let's vote on it if anybody don't have any more discussion. Let's turn this over to the animal shelter. Any discussion? Motion was to send the animal control truck from the sheriff's department to the animal shelter. That motion was by Aaron Frazier, second by Charlie Von Cannon. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
I believe the second was by Jerry Prophet,
Okay, sorry, Jerry Prophet.
Willie Campbell,
Absolutely.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Nancy Brown,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
Gary Prophet,
Yes.
Austin James,
Candy on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Ross Garland,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Bailey,
Oh, gosh, yes.
Travis Hill,
Yes.
Sonja Color,
You went to sleep.
He's already adjourned.
Daniel McIntyre,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Yes, and Sanja's still on here. I just don't think she might have been muted.
Sonja
Well,
Color,
I couldn't hear for all the rattling, apparently in the commission's office. Yes.
The motion passed. So with that being said, I don't think we have any more business.
Mounts to yes, but we didn't hear you again, Robin.
Yes.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
That all ayes.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit.
Sis loves you, Johnson.
All right. We have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you all for coming. Thanks to all the city councilmen and Mayor Alexander and Chairman Barnett.